Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition here, the second day even of the SC2's Safe House number 2 playoffs. I'm Coach VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. Unfortunately, no Bunny Cam today. If you're a part of our Discord server, you'll know that unfortunately Bunny Cam has met its demise. It lasted a couple of days. Bit of a feels bad, man. And, I mean, I say that in a couple of days we'll see if it works again. For those that are curious, we were streaming yesterday and the camera did fall into their, I don't know how, but it fell into their bunny bowl. I think it fell to the ground and then they might have like picked it up and then taken it to the bowl because it was actually quite far away, but but the camera did meet its demise. Right now is, you know, in a rice bag, and hopefully once the moisture has been sucked out it can work again. If not, smudge. Smudge, happy smudge. But regardless, we're here with day 2 of the SC2's Safe House number 2. Of course, we casted day 1 live. That was over on Saturday. That was the group stage, and Sunday was the playoffs. Unfortunately, we were unable to cover it live, of course. The main stream did handle it, but we have the replays to have a replay cast here a couple of days later to go over those playoffs. Here we go. Let's switch things over and catch up on the bracket itself. We have our top 4. We have our top 4 players. For those, also, before I forget, for those that maybe didn't watch the event live and didn't watch us cover the group stage, check out the VODs. Check out the VODs over on YouTube. The VODs are uploaded on a daily basis, and the VODs are there under the live tab for the group stage. But essentially, this tournament is looking to become and looking to grow, ideally to grow and evolve into the point where it can become self-sustaining and also provide for an offline venue and grow into the quote-unquote NA version of Home Story Cup, where basically we had all the NA talents, or the majority of the NA talents, come together. We had State, we had Zombie Grub, we had Steadfast, Chicken Man, the Zerg Girl as well. They were all together at the an Airbnb. They rented an Airbnb together in Vegas, and they were able to host and put on a show, host a tournament from Vegas as well. Players, unfortunately, they were playing online. Again, as you mentioned, like, you know, the event is still in its, this is the second year. This is the second year of SC2's Safe House, and we're still growing the event to the point where we can ideally fly players over and actually have like more of an offline event, even potentially open to the public as well, potentially. But again, is in the works, is slowly growing over the years. This is the second year of SC2's Safe House, and both years we have been the B stream, and now here to cover the replays from that final day from the playoffs. But we can see here the top 4. We had a round robin group stage also to add to the NA nature of this event, or the Americas nature. We had purely Latin American and North American players competing, of course. Here for the playoffs, we do have a nice kind of a spread here of Latin versus Americas, actually. SpeCial versus Astrea and Cham versus Trigger. This is our top 4 players of the tournament, and we're going to be kicking things off with our TVP with SpeCial versus Astrea. Now, these are going to be best of 7s, which is crazy. Best of 7 semis, best of 9 grand finals. Insanely long series. So it's gonna be an intense one, baby. Let's go. Let us go. Up first, of course, we have our TVP. Up first, we do have Astrea and SpeCial and Juanito gonna be facing off in that best of 7. Do need a moment though, as I quickly almost forgot to set some things up. Un momento. As I almost did forget the logos mod for the tournament. Beautiful. And we jump into game 1. The game 1 is going to be on torches, bearing in mind that we do use the regular ladder map pool for this event. Also, I do apologize for not being able to cover the Pigstar Cup this morning. I could have covered part of it at least, but I had the smudge was definitely real after yesterday. After losing the camera, the smudge was real, so I wasn't really feeling too up to the task. Wasn't really feeling too motivated, so did not cover Pigstar Cup this morning. We just slept all morning. But Pigstar Cup was this morning. We might decide to catch up via replays on Pigstar Cup as well. We'll see. Unfortunately, our schedule is very busy next week. I don't know if we have the time to cover the replays of Pigstar Cup, but we'll have that kind of like in our back pockets. If we ever do have a day where we can, you know, slip in a cast, then we will be doing so. Otherwise, spawning in the right hand corner of torches, we have the Mexican Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Gosu. It is SpeCial. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, the American Protoss. It is Astrea. Here we go. Here we go, as we are going to be setting up again. We have our best of 7, and we are going to be settling it. Oh, let's go. As we have our safe house upon us here, we have our TVP. Now, coming into this, Astrea did struggle during the group stage. He did struggle quite a bit in the group stage. Part of the reason for this, of course, is Astrea has been MIA. Astrea has been very out of practice, has not been competing. Ever since EWC, he has not been competing, has not been playing, has not been playing in any Open Cups or Invitationals either. So Astrea has been looking very rough around the edges and barely even made it through the group stage, which did surprise some. And I mean, even myself included, I was expecting to see a bit of a stronger performance out of him. But again, as we mentioned, he has been very out of the scene and very out of the loop in recent months. Meanwhile, SpeCial is the opposite. SpeCial, he has actually gone back into play. At the beginning of this year, he was very inactive. At the end of last year, beginning of this year, he was barely playing in anything. SpeCial, he only started playing once again once the HSL did begin. That was back in around May, like April, May-ish of this year. Then dipped his toes back in, started competing, started playing, and has been slowly regaining his skills, slowly regaining his prowess here, and he had a much stronger performance in the group stage, much stronger. But we'll see how they compare. We'll see how they compare so far. First things first, welcome to Torches. Torches is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Double gas opener, faster factory out of SpeCial, going into a delayed CC. With this going for a more tech-heavy style. Something that was very trendy at the start of the year was to go into Banshee play quite commonly on this map because of the short rush distance by air. Likewise, because of the commonality of Banshee play, we saw the rise in popularity of Stargate openers. Interesting. Now, the goal here for Astrea is to hard counter Banshees, is to open up Phoenixes, is to hide the build, hide the tech, keep the Phoenixes back, and then shut down whatever comes his way, whether it is a Widow Mine drop or Banshee play. And so far, we are setting up for a mine drop. So our players, they've kind of chosen their builds of choice. SpeCial has yet to confirm the tech. Does go in. Yeah, it does go for the dive, and he should be able to get a full scout. Hellion is going to be cleaned up. Yeah, shuts down the Hellion. Reapers, they do slip in, and they confirm. Yeah, Reapers do confirm. Stargate is scouted, SpeCial is fully aware. And he only makes one Widow Mine into Tech Lab. It's possible that if it wasn't a Stargate opener, he would have committed into additional Widow Mines, but here he does switch out completely into the Tech Lab, into only a singular Widow Mine to not commit too hard to something that otherwise wouldn't do much damage, as Phoenixes are designed to shut that kind of play down. Here we go. F Bunnykin. Smurge. Might be Smurge. Oh, that I was not expecting. Okay. It is going to be Stargate. Sorry, it is going to be the 1-1-1 into a Fusion Core, rushing into BCs. So BC rush out of SpeCial. Stalkers do poke in. Yet to confirm what's going on. Just poking, prodding. No safety bunker. Yeah, no bunker, but the Cyclone has arrived, so SpeCial should hold. Go. Yeah, with that we do see a lot of zoning. A Phoenix does get picked up. Nice pick off here by SpeCial. So he picks up the Phoenix. He was able to zone away the army, and he does defend his main. And Astrea has yet to confirm what exactly is going on. So far, completely unscouted. So far, so good. It's unscouted. Are building up, and it is going to be the Bay follow-up here. So Phoenix Colossus out of Astrea. This means his anti-air is going to be very limited. This means no Twilight Council, no Blink, right? There's no Blink. There are Phoenixes, I suppose, and they have some anti-air, but they're not going to be ideal against BCs. This build here from SpeCial has a lot of potential. Here. We'll see if we can bring it all together. We'll see if we can make this work. Phoenixes, they poke in. They head for the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. Getting one, getting two. Not bad. Still SCV kills Cyclone, gets a lock on, and ooh, does get the Phoenix. Phoenix is full, gets one, gets two. Ooh, two, a very nice start. Two Phoenixes go down, that means that much less to defend. And we're waiting for the push. Here it comes. Here comes the move out. BC has arrived, teleports across the map, right into the main. It is going to be on its own, but again, we are rallying. And how many Stalkers do we have? 4. 4 Stalkers, 2 Phoenixes. The BC does take a lot of hits though, Jesus. Yeah, it takes a lot of damage. I mean, again, it's on its own. This does feel mistimed. Ideally, you want to be hitting at the same time with its BC alongside the main army, or BC into the main, then the main army at the third base. But very mistimed. SpeCial does move in. Does get on top of the third. But the first BC didn't do any damage. Oh. Nice break on the lock-on. Lifts the tank, only for a moment. Yes, I can get lifted as well. The tank's going to be cleaned up, and SpeCial, he will lose everything here. And one of the downsides of rushing into BC like that is, if you notice, no stim. No stim, no combat shields. That bio army was very flimsy and very fragile and just went down instantly. And it does feel like SpeCial has kind of blundered this push. Like, it's been a bit of a blunder here. Like, it was mistimed, it was mismanaged. He failed to deny the third, which is brutal. The whole purpose of this was to at least get the base. And Astrea, he holds. Astrea, he holds. He takes the lead. We got Void Ray support behind this to help deal with the battle cruiser. Plus one blink as well. And SpeCial, he is going to be going for a mech transition. So he's going for a very tank-heavy style. Unfortunately, the way that he's getting here is subpar. We have seen mech work quite well against Protoss. Like, it has happened. In recent times, we saw, of course, Ryung going to mech. We saw Clem going to mech as well. That was in the past week. And here we see SpeCial doing something similar, but in his own way, right? Opening up with BC push into a mech transition. But again, the tank production has been delayed. The army is that much weaker as a result. We have built up the 3 BCs. There's a lot of potential with this, but this needs to get damage done. Yamato is complete, so there's 3 Yamatos alongside this as well, and we'll see what SpeCial can get done in the main. Meanwhile, we're going into SkyToss. Okay. Scan reveals the SkyToss, reveals the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. Blink is complete. Oh, tries to dodge, unable to. Yeah, doesn't quite dodge, or the Stalker is going to be going down. Void Rays thankfully re in position, and Void Rays do force a teleport. Yeah, they force a teleport. Behind this, going to Mass Tempest. And this is where, again, I do favor Astrea. If SpeCial was able to successfully get a mineral line with his BC and knock down the base, then he could be getting into his mech with an economic advantage. Unfortunately, I mean, I would say he still does have an economic lead, but not as large as it otherwise should be. As a result, Astrea is keeping up economically somewhat and making use of that by taking him into SkyToss. SpeCial going for this more traditional form of mech, going into like Hellion Viking tank into delayed battle mech, it is going to be a lot slower to really get going, and it does mean that Astrea has a lot of time to do this, to build up his SkyToss, to get into his own charge lots as well, to tech up and to refine his army and get a superior composition. So the power spike that SpeCial should be having isn't really there. It's not as great as it should be. You see Astrea building a Tempest. Again, slowly refining his army, perfecting his army. BCs are spotted, and Astrea should be able to respond. SpeCial should be able to teleport away. He shouldn't lose a BC. Oh! Jesus. Barely does teleport away. Doesn't lose anything. Astrea, he will claim the center gold. So let's move out. Ooh. They'll siege up. Both armies are maxing. What are we refining our army with here? So we have a couple of Thors. Sorry, we have a couple of Cyclones sprinkled in. No Thors. Considering that we're up against SC2's. Oh, the BCs are getting caught out. Teleport's on cooldown. No! Yeah, teleport's not available, which means all the BCs are going to go down. Brutal pickoffs. They did not pay for themselves. So an expensive loss there for SpeCial. What I was going to say here is that I'm a little bit surprised I don't really see many Vikings. Thors, they can be okay as like an anchor point, but instead we're going to mass Cyclone. There's only one Viking in the sky. We're making one Viking at a time. So yeah, the anti-air is going to be quite limited here for SpeCial, which means the Tempest, they can just reign supreme. Mine shots. Oh! Decent connections. Couple of mines do go off. Center base is going to go down. Clipping the main army. SpeCial does take down at least the center base. And the Tempest do not quite back. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol here from Astrea. He will lose one Tempest. One Tempest goes down. Astrea did overextend. Oh, nice Nova. And Nova connects. And SpeCial, he will be forced back. He's going to be losing most of his Cyclones. He does get another Tempest. We have 8 Tempests left. That's still a lot. Up. Oof. Lose another. Another Tempest goes down. Nice retargeting. Yeah, very nice retargeting. Tempest, I think, a massive beating. Oh, no. Oh, my God. The splits are not there. Splits are not there, Pappy. Brutal Nova. And SpeCial. Ooh, another connection. Another mine shot goes up. Very messy fight here from Astrea. As he gets knocked down to 6 Tempest, but he's making 5 more behind this. Astrea preserves most of his army. Can keep pushing. And as long as he kites well with his Tempest, he should not lose them. So he's reinforcing, did run through another pair of mines. As he has 0 detection. Yeah, 0 detection. Tempest, they try to kite back, but 2 of them are going to go down. Yeah, brutal lock-ons. Oh god, yes. SpeCial goes back into the Nova. Takes Nova to the face. Battle mech scene cleaned up. And again, the Viking count just never built up. It never got there. They've had more than 2. SpeCial as he does get across the map. He does try some mineralize. Nice tank boys going for the Stalkers. It's a lot of Stalkers going down. And the Tempest are on their own. Yeah, Tempest are, oh, never mind. We have some Stalker reinforcements just in time. Yeah, they do arrive. 0 anti-air. And Astrea has done it. Astrea has done it. SpeCial has been broken. The Hellies just try to harass. GG gets called, and Astrea takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG well played. Astrea does take a lead in the series. Again, it was an interesting build, an interesting opener out of SpeCial. Again, going into mech, I mean, it does work. We've seen both Clem and Ryung succeed with mech this week, a couple of days ago. But SpeCial going into the early BC, it did feel like he kind of fumbled the ball there. The initial BC opener went unscouted. It went unscouted. It was perfect, but the execution was lacking. If you remember, he teleported the BC into the main base. His army was out of position, so he couldn't harass. He couldn't do anything with the time he was buying with the distraction that was the BC, and he kind of missed his window. He missed his opportunity. He fell behind, or I shouldn't say he fell behind, but he didn't take the lead that he wanted to take, unfortunately, and Astrea got away with SC2's. Did get away with it. Meanwhile, SpeCial, he went into mass factory production despite scouting the SC2's early. Remember, he scanned, he saw the fleet beacon, he saw the stargates before they were done, but he chose not to go into Viking production against Mass Tempest, and which is necessary. You do need those Vikings. They are an amazing supportive unit, and you saw that SpeCial, he was squeezing out a couple of Vikings here and there, but he never got a second starport. Like, there was never a second starport, so his Viking production was very limited in favor of tanks and cyclones. Against SC2's, not ideal. GG. GG, well played. With that, Astrea does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, big shout out to Canoia in the chat. Canoia. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Alright guys, hello. Hero Bruce in the chat as well. Hero Bruce, even. Bienvenidos, as we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines. We have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Yeah, well, leading the series. Sorry, let's fix that up. Leading the series 1-0. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran. We have the Mexican Terran representing Team Gosu. It is a SpeCial. Here we go. Are going to be building up, and I can't imagine we're going to be seeing that same build out of SpeCial again. Referring specifically to opening up at BC, I can't imagine we'll see that again in this series. Maybe one more time. I'm used to covering like best of 3s and best of 5s, but in a best of 7 you can afford to kind of go and double back to this at some point later on in the series, like a game 4, 5, or 6. For now, once again, double gas opener at the SpeCial. Going for, once again, the faster factory. Last game, this led into Widowmine drop into BC follow-up. This could be a more committed Widowmine drop. This could be Banshee play. We'll see. We'll see where SpeCial takes us. So our eyes are mainly on the Terran. Astrea does poke in. Doesn't go further into the main base, so he's a little bit in the dark as to what's going on. For all he knows, it could be a high ground CC. Does pull back. SpeCial, he does not skip his Reaper. Does go for the Reaper scouts. Behind this, getting into his own reactor. With this, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Being set for an add-on top instead. Show us what you got. So we can even go Marine into Tech Lab into Cyclone. So Reaper does poke in. Speaking of Tech Lab, there it is. So no Hellion production, going for the early Cyclone instead. If you recall, last game we did see Reaper Hellion. Not this time. So reacted Marine into Cyclone production. Meanwhile, Astrea likewise does mix it up as well, opening up with the Twilight Council into Blink. No Phoenixes, not this time. I will say that the Phoenix opener was lackluster as well. True. If you remember the Phoenixes, they didn't really get much done. They killed a handful of SCVs. They got shut down by the battle cruisers. So we're done with said Stargate for the time being. Oh, as SpeCial, he is actually going for very early tank production. So it does go for the safety cyclone first, then into tanks. With this, we can set up for an early push, so we'll keep an eye on SpeCial. As he'll be building up a tank gun very quickly. Likewise is going into Banshee production as well with Cloak. So Cloak Banshees are on the way. If you recall, this is what we assumed SpeCial would do last game. And it's on Astrea to confirm what's happening. As SpeCial pokes in, sees additional gateways, so he can more or less assume that it was a Twilight Council. It is going to be 3-gate. Yeah, 3-gate blink. So safe opener here by Astrea, 3-gate blink, robo into a third base. Hallucination does confirm the research on the tech lab, and SpeCial now has a choice to cancel. One of the reasons why this build that SpeCial is going for is a little bit out of favor, specifically researching the upgrade, getting into Cloak, is because it is very common nowadays for Protoss players to go for the Robo and Observers before expanding, which is what we're seeing here. So again, just really safe play out of Astrea. He will have detection, and he has the tools to defend. The tools to defend. SpeCial, he does pull some of the boys. He's committing here. He's not going to be harassing. I should say, he is harassing across the map while he distracts. His main army's pushing in. He's pushing in. Astrea does meet with the army. He will slow this down. Not bad. Snipes the Cyclone. Very nice pickup. So for a couple of Marines, ideally he wants to force an early siege. Banshee's revealed. Especially he bleeds out, or he bleeds off 4 Marines on a Cyclone. Taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. He wants that third base. Astrea coming in from behind. Ooh. Coming a little bit too soon here. He does get one of the tanks, but takes a lot of damage. Gets one, gets both tanks. Okay. 2 tanks go down. Behind this is buying time, going for extra warpins. Immortal production is underway. He's got one Immortal, and Astrea holds. Yeah, Astrea he holds. He should save the expansion. It's going to be close. Oh my god. Barely gets a tank. The Immortal was a little bit too far behind. Especially he wants the Nexus. He gets it. Just barely. Barely takes down the expansion, but that was an expensive trade here for SpeCial. As he will lose the entire army, and Astrea, he needs to counterattack. He needs to counterattack here. He should not have lost that base. Again, it was close. Astrea's moving out. SpeCial back at home. What does he have to defend? He has 1 tank. Sorry, 2. He has 2 tanks. 1 in the natural, 1 in the main base. He has a Banshee in between. Cloak is available. With the Sentry, you can hallucinate. You can dive into the main base as well. But the bunker isn't done. This tank, this low ground is very exposed. And Astrea, he might just go for the kill. Might just go for the kill here. It does move in. Tank goes down. Takes down the tank, takes down the bunker as well. Ooh, do we have detection though? Where's the Observer? The Observers are at home. No! The Observers are back at home. SpeCial holds. SpeCial holds on thanks to the Banshees. The invisible flying machine. Banshees are keeping SpeCial in this. Hey, they harass across the map. They defend back at home. It's 5 pro kills. Not bad. Gets 5 probes, 2 Banshees taking 1 shots, but this time there are Stalkers in position. Ooh. These Banshees, they barely get away. You can see Astrea trying to intercept. He does move over. He barely will miss them. Just barely. And back at him special, he is yet to expand. I mean, he was all in before, and he's committing here to a 2-base all in. No third base in sight. Even if he throws one down now, it's going to be insanely late. Astrea's already getting a 4th expansion. So it's going to be all or nothing for Special, and he can pull the boys. Now, thankfully, because Special killed the third base earlier, it means that Astrea's supply isn't as large as it should be. So Special, he still has a window, still has his timing. But as time goes on, it's getting better and better for Astrea. The boys are being pulled. You have 3 tanks, 2 banshees. Scan does reveal. Special Leech pre-sieged. He knows he was spotted, so he wants to try to catch the army. Wants to lure Astrea in. Oh. Banshee goes down. Astrea pushing forward. Sorry, Special pushing forward. Astrea does intercept. Now it's up to 3 Colossus. Oh, God. I mean, we mentioned this earlier. Like, time is working against Special here. The longer this goes on, the better for Astrea. So they have extra warpins. Zelsa coming from behind. They're getting on top of the tanks. He blinks in. He gets 1. He gets 2. 2 tanks go down. There's 1 tank left. And the Colossus, they just go ham. They just go to town on the army. Yeah, the laser show. Lasers, they pop off, and especially has nothing left. GG gets called, and Astrea takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Special was hyper aggressive here, going for non-stop 2-base all-ins. He never expanded, never go to third base. The Banshees, I mean, they played their role. They had their place, of course, but when it came to the first tank push, unfortunately, Special took too long. It took too long to get across the map. He bled out a lot in the process, bled out 2 tanks, bled out 4 Marines, bled out far too much, and by the time he got on top of the base, he didn't really have much of an army left. He did kill the expansion, true. He killed the third base, but it cost him everything to do so. Wasn't worth it. Was not worth it. GG, well played. With that, that leads us into game number 3, and the pressure is on Special here. It's a rough way to start the series, down 2-0. Thankfully, it is the best of 7, so we have more games ahead of us here, but it is still a really rough position for Special. We want to make a series out of it. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Mexican Terran player. We have the the Red Terran. Representing Team Gosu, it is Special. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the American Protoss, leading the series 2-0. It is Astrea. Here we go. Astrea looks pretty good for someone out of practice. You didn't watch day 1. I mean, he's looking pretty solid. I will say that game 1 was very shaky. If you recall, we were discussing about how Astrea's Stargate Phoenix opener did fall in its face. He bled out a lot of Phoenixes. It wasn't worth it. It was not worth it. Thankfully, again, Special's BC opener also fell on its face, so so that led into that kind of game state. But here, I would say that yes, game 2 was a little cleaner from Astrea, for sure. Was a lot cleaner. As Astrea was able to get a read on what was going on, and thankfully game 2, like, Special's set up his build and his overall goal was very straightforward, was scattered ahead of time. I will say that Astrea did struggle against the Banshees themselves, as they were dealing quite a lot of harassing damage, and also they allowed Special to survive the counterattack as well. So the Banshees were definitely a thorn in Astrea's side. We'll have to tighten up a little bit more against that. For now, here we go. Now here we go, double gas opener, double gas out of Special, once again going for a faster factory. Now game 1 we saw Reactor Reaper Hellion, game 2 we saw Reactor Marine into Cyclone, game 3 what's it gonna be? But again, delayed command centers are more of an aggressive build here by Special. Working on Ultra Love, 2-base all-ins are favorable on this map, and we do expect to see Astrea go for 3-gate play. We should be seeing safe play out of Astrea once again, so we're expecting 3-gate blink into a gas, into a robo on 2 bases, into a delayed third, especially on Ultra Love. If he deviates from that, it's going to be a little bit crazy, and it'll give SpeCial the opportunity to get some damage done. So we'll see. We shall see. So reactor is on the way. Reaper moves out, and we'll see what tech we go for. Okay. As Reaper pulls away, has yet to really get much information. Is it going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Astrea? True. Zella gets across, delays the CC. Oh god. Delays the CC. So a nice start there for Astrea. A little delay. SpeCial does deal with the first Zealot. But nice little start here for Astrea. Just delaying the start. Behind this, it is going to be Reactor Marine into a delayed Tech Lab, going for a Widowmine drop. Okay. So Widowmine drop start here by SpeCial. This is looking a little bit similar here to game number 1. A little bit. I would say that SpeCial, he has a pretty wide array of builds available to him, so it does look similar to game 1, which can lead into like an add-on swap into Fusion Core. But again, SpeCial, he is one that does have a lot of builds up his sleeve, so we'll see how he deviates. As he supply blocks. He supply blocked because of the delay. Oh god. That is what is brutal here at this level of play, is that your builds are so, I mean, they're so concise that one little slip up in a build can throw you off. So that was a brutal supply block. SpeCial drops in. Going for that Justice Pylon, let's go! And Pylon is under fire. Not the most targeted of DPS, but we'll bring it down. Delays Blink, very nice delay. This Blink does not finish. From here, even threatening the Twilight Council itself. Baits out the Mind Shot. Mind Shot is baited. SpeCial pulls away, rotates over towards the natural. SpeCial goes rotated. And behind this looks like he's continuing with aggression. He's pushing. So we're rallying across the map here with the Cyclone, with the Viking. We have more Vikings on the way. We have tanks. Sorry, we have more Liberators on the way. We have a tank as well. So SpeCial, he's rallying. He wants to try to break through. Almost gets the Cybercore. Almost. Nice, so stepping out of SpeCial. Catching up both adepts. But remember, Astrea was playing this safe, so he's got more Stalkers. Blink is still not yet done, though. Here comes that first tank. As we mentioned again, especially he's rallying. Rallies into the army. Oh no, the first tank. First tank barely gets away. Oh my god. One shot, 5 HP. The 5 HP tank map. Oh my god. Just barely survived. And SpeCial pulls away, thankfully. Thankfully he pulls back. He's gonna make it back home. Astrea going for a delayed third into Colossus. And SpeCial settling into 2 bases. So far with this 3-1-1 setup, building up more tanks. Liberator, ooh, does delay mining, but not much more than that. Delays mining in the main. And at this point, we're waiting to see, is SpeCial going to throw down 2 more Maxes, or does he throw down a 3rd command center? What are we going for? He's got the E-base, so it should be a longer game here. We should be waiting for at least +1. SpeCial did some nice damage when it comes to delaying the tech and delaying Astrea's aggression. But where are we going from here? Attempted Viking harass. Not going to get much done. Scanner reveals Colossus. SpeCial knows. He knows that if he's committing on 2 bases, I mean, that window is closing. If we can build up to, say, 2 Colossus, Astrea should be fine. Astrea has been playing very Colossus heavy so far this series, which makes sense. If you haven't been watching much TVP over the past couple of weeks on the latest patch, you would maybe not know that Colossus-based play has made a very big return. The reason for this is because of the change to the Ghost, of course. The Ghost is now much more vulnerable. Colossus play is a little more viable here. So now Protoss players have the option to go Colossus or Storm. Like, both are kind of viable tech paths. And a lot of players have been embracing Colossus. With that special, he made his choice. 2 more Raxes. If you remember, we were discussing that. We were saying, does he throw down 2 more Raxes or a 3rd CC? We have the answer. 2 more Raxes, 2 base all in. So 2 base all in at a special. This does hit hard, but it does hit late. So we have 4 tanks, soon to be 5. So 5 tanks plus 1 attack is going to be kicking in time for the push as well. It is a terrifying army, but as we mentioned, it does force the early siege. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Astrea, as he's getting extra warp pins and he's getting another Colossus. Astrea getting ready for a flank. Oh, brutal. Tanks do siege. He does spot the Zealots. Special's aware, and Astrea does catch reinforcements. Very nice. Yeah, Special is on his own. He's on his own. Reinforcing tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Astrea, he doesn't throw away his Zealots, he pulls back. Once again, does force an earlier siege. So Special is just taking his time pushing in. The 3rd Colossus is almost out. And Astrea, he's ready for the flank. Oh, Zealots get spotted. Special knows. The army responds, tanks are exposed. Astrea, he goes for it. Yeah, he goes for the kill. He goes to the tanks. They're on their own. 1, 2, 3. All 4 tanks go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no more tanks. And with that, Special, he will lose everything. GG gets called. And Astrea, he will take a 3-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, it was very delayed all in here from Special. Just took so long to get going. Honestly, he had a really nice start. He had a really nice start when it came to delaying Blink, when it came to catching a couple of gateway units, when it came to setting up on his initial 2 bases. But alas, we saw that Astrea was able to regain map control, take his own 3rd base, build up into Colossus, and it did feel like that all in, that timing from Special. It did hit just a little bit too little too late. By the time he moved out, again, there were already 3 Colossus. It was so delayed. The counterattacks were brutal as well, slowing him down, forcing his attention back, and GG. GG, Astrea was able to shut him down. And Astrea is up 3-0, 1 more game, 1 game away from claiming the series. Oh boy, what do you have for us this time? Again, Juanito is going for a different build every game. He's going for a different build every game so far. He has been mixing it up. What do you have for us? What do you have in store for us here? Loading into Tokamak. Oh boy, as they're loading into game number 4. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the American Protoss player. The American Protoss, we have the blue Protoss leading the series 3-0. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran player himself, the South American, the Mexican Terran. Representing Team Gosu, it is SpeCial. Here we go. Again, it's been a rough series so far here for SpeCial, for Juanito. Welcome on all to Tokamak. This is one of the largest maps in the map pool. 2nd largest map, second only to Maganatha. Very long rush distance by ground. It's a very defensive map as well. Aggression and all-ins are not favored on this map, so we should not be seeing SpeCial be hyper aggressive. We can see something more tech heavy or something more economic instead. I'm leaning towards either a faster 3rd TC for SpeCial or maybe even Mech again. Or even both, true. We'll see. Let's see what SpeCial goes for. Astrea, he immediately scouts for a proxy. Wise choice. On a map like this, a player like SpeCial might not want to play a longer game, so there's a higher chance for a proxy. Astrea does check. Meanwhile, for the first time this series, do you see what I see? Single gas. Single gas opener ranks into faster CC. Economic start at a special, and Astrea's here to force the off-center base. Does force it off-center. We'll be delaying the economy here. We'll be delaying the expansion of special. So a nice little annoying start for Astrea. Does force the base. Quite a bit off-center, actually. I mean, it's fine. He can always lift it and land it, but this will delay the expansion. So nice cheeky start from Astrea. He doesn't just slay, but he also scouts, right? He confirms, hey, for the first time, you're playing economic. That means Astrea can also cut corners. We mentioned earlier how it is very common to see faster robo play on 2 bases, and we've seen that every game, almost every game, except for the game that we had a Stargate opener, of course. Even then, there was a faster robo. But it's very common to go 3-gate blink into a robo and then go for a later expansion. Here on Tokamak, Astrea also has the option to cut corners. He can delay his robo, he can delay his 3rd gateway, he can go for a faster base instead. Ooh. Or we could try to punish the greed. I mean, that's the power of Protoss, right? It's like with the warp in, with the warp gate mechanic, you can get a proxy up and running, you can reinforce across the map, you can be hyper aggressive. Despite the size of the map, that doesn't stop the Protoss from being aggressive like this. And here comes the Dark Shrine. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Oh, boy. So we're going into DTs. Now, Dark Templar, they're very hit and miss rushing DTs in this matchup. As you can imagine, this heavily relies upon special. If special doesn't scout this, it isn't just about hiding it, but it's also about whether or not special mules. If special mules, he can die. So it depends. Does he hold on to energy? Does he hold on to a scan? If he mules at the wrong moment, or at the right moment for Astrea, then DTs can just show up and they can just end the game. They can just end the game if there's no scan. So this is quite a big gamble here from Astrea, quite a big risk. But it happens. Like, again, we've seen, like, Björn insta-GG to this. Like, if he mules at the wrong moment, the DT show up, then just bam, like, GG. Like, it does happen at the highest level. It does happen to players like Björn, players like Cure. Hellion Scout does get in, okay. So Hellion gets in. What does he see? He sees 1 gateway in the main, 1 gateway with the natural, sees Twilight Council, sees a blink is being researched. At this point, there should be another gateway, or at least another expansion, so something's a little bit off. As here come the Dark Templar. Just muled. Okay, so he just muled from his main. The natural base does have a little bit of energy here, and we'll see if he mules. DT's waddling in. We're about to have energy. Does special notice? It's lining up here. If Astrea attacks, he doesn't. He notices, let's go! He notices just in time. There's the first scan, but only 1 scan. There was only 1 scan available. Second DT arrives. Oh no, he goes into soon. Goes into soon. Miscontrol out of Astrea. Phew. And special holds. Special does hold on at the same time. Would have jump across the map. Astrea does blow away in time. He does defend. And again, that could have been disastrous here, but as we mentioned, Astrea did have some miscontrol as he was distracted by the drop. There is 1 scan soon available. There we go. Scan is available. Scan is we can scan. There it is. A little bit late, but regardless, Special does defend. The game will continue. Game does continue, and this is a really big investment from Astrea. I would say so far this wasn't really worth it. It cost him a Dark Shrine, it cost him a gateway that can be hunted down, it cost him a delayed expansion, and also 3 Dark Templar for what exactly? For a handful of SCVs. Only 3 SCVs went down. Again, not worth it for Astrea. So Special, he holds nicely. No safety bunker. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, no safety bunker. Stalkers, they can have their way with this army. There's nothing to stop this. Like, Marines, they don't do anything in this kind of position here. They're just being bullied. Marauders do help. Yeah, but this is brutal. Stim is a ways away. There's no tanks. Yeah, with 0 tanks here, I mean, and with 0 bunker. Oh, boy. Yeah, brutal pickoffs. Getting what? 12 Marines! 12 Marines to SCVs for nothing! And Astrea, he makes up for his DTs. he does make up for his Dark Templar. Again, winding back, the reason why this is doing so much damage, 0 tank production. He never got any tanks. He went into later stim. Stim is done in 5 seconds. Until then, Marauder goes down. Oh, no, barely saved. They will save again, 12 Marines. I said 12, sorry, 13 Marines, a Marauder, and an SCV. So very nice trades here, very nice pickups from Astrea. Punish the special. And during all of that, during all the efficiency here, during the better trades from Astrea, he expands. He gets a 4th base, so he's just mass expanding behind this, getting a greater economy. He's up to 65 workers. Astrea looking comfortable and looking to get even better here as the game progresses. Special, 2 more, 2 base all in. 2 more Vaxes, no 3rd TC, it's all or nothing for special. I'm not too fond of going for this style on Tokamak, but sure, let's go. Yeah, does try to commit. Mine shot's debated, there's 1 with my shot left. Does get focused down, the Colossus has arrived, and Astrea holds. Yeah, Astrea, he has a Colossus, as long as he doesn't lose it. Ooh. Yeah, special dives in, doesn't get the Colossus, special gets punished. And it wasn't worth it. It was not worth it. We'll lose every Marauder. The Marauders, the Marines, everything crumbles. And remember, behind this special, chose not to expand. He chose not to expand. He chose to commit to the all-in. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Astrea, he will take the series 4-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Astrea as it does claim the series. Again, special, he had a couple of nice moments here in this series as well, referring to the game where he played mech. True, when he played mech. Likewise, here in this game as well, he had a nice start. Unfortunately, he cut too many corners. His build was designed to hit with stim, was designed to hit with mass Marine, mass Marauder specifically, but he chose to skip his bunkers. Because there were no bunkers set up at his natural or in his main base, he was vulnerable to Blink Stalkers, and Astrea happened to follow up after the DTs with Blink Stalkers. So special just lost everything. He lost 13 Marines. 13 Marines, a Marauder, and 2 SCVs. Those are brutal losses that heavily slows down the sim timing because you lose almost 2 full Medivacs full of Marines. That is huge. Imagine that 2 base all in with 13 extra Marines, right? With an extra Marauder as well, like with that extra army, with that extra support. Suddenly, you know, maybe that would have been enough to break through, potentially, before the Colossus, I should emphasize. As the Colossus, of course, was kind of the sign of a defense from Astrea. But GG well played. With that, a very strong showing here by Astrea. Very strong, very surprising, considering that special, I believe special, he made it out in 1st place in the group stage. There's a reason why we had special and Astrea here in the 1st round in the semifinals. I believe it's because special finished 1st and Astrea finished last. So again, a really strong showing here by Astrea. After a day of warm-up, you know, now he's warmed up, he's after day 1. And looking to redeem himself here in the playoffs in day number 2. Here we go. Here we go, as we are going to be catching up on the rest of the brackets. We are going to be catching up. So Astrea, he does claim the initial series 4-0. Astrea is going to be the first player to make it through the grand finals. And Astrea, he's waiting for the winner of Cham and Trigger, a ZVP between Latin America and North America as well. Here we go. We are going to be going on a very short break because we only have 3 series tonight. So we're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have Trigger and Cham facing off in their own respective best of 7. Winner goes up against Astrea in a best of 9 grand finals. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. So yes, we'll see you soon. We're going to be going on a short break, and we'll see you soon for the lower semis. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the semifinals of the SC2's Safe House number 2 playoffs. We just wrapped up with the upper semis. We just wrapped up with SpeCial versus Astrea, and now we're going live with Trigger versus Cham. The second semi is another best of 7. This time a PvZ. Let's go. Let's jump in. Game 1 is going to be a Magnatha. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Este Slow Joe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 14 months in a row. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias. Do appreciate it. Only a solid hour late to the stream. Oh no. Well, you missed one series. It was an interesting and very versatile. There was a lot of variety, I should say, when it comes to the TVP that we covered. But now we're jumping into that PvZ, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Magnatha, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the blue Zurich player himself, representing Xeritus Esports from Latin Mexico. It is a Cham. Este chamaco. Here we go. And Cham, he has been looking like a beast as of late. If you've been watching the channel, if you've been watching Cham over the past couple of months, you would have seen Cham, one, defeat Astrea in the group stage, in the group stage of this tournament. Likewise, also perform quite well against Trigger in the group stage as well, and also pop off against Showtime. We've been casting, there's been actually quite a lot of Showtime versus Cham over the past couple of months. It's been surprising to see, specifically during the qualifiers, during the preliminary round of Masters of the Game, and also during the OSC mid-season playoffs as well. And Cham has been looking quite terrifying, even against players like even against players like Showtime. I would say is top 2 Protoss player in all of Europe. If you can take it to Showtime, you can take it to anyone, to almost anyone out there. You can take it to Trigger and take it to Astrea as well. Double checking, yes, Cham, he actually beat both Astrea and Trigger in the group stage. So Cham, I would say his best matchup is ZVP. I would say that Cham's weakest matchup is ZVT. His Zerg versus Terran does need some work, and it is where he struggles the most, I would say. But his ZVZ is insane. He's even been beating players like Solar as well. And of course, his ZVP is looking very in form as well. Now, how does Cham approach Protoss? Well, Cham, he's very fluid. He's very roach heavy very often. And as we did have a bit of a pause, but the scariest thing about Cham's ZVP matchup is that he is willing to go for all in, and once he realizes it isn't really working, if he's hyper aggressive, he's so willing to back off, drone heavily, greedily so, and actually have an economy behind it to transition out of said all-ins. It has been working against a lot of players, where players like Showtime, players like Astrea, players like Trigger would at times overreact. They would overreact to over-defend when they wouldn't need to, because Cham wasn't all-inning, he was droning instead. It actually reminds me a little bit of Miyamika. Not as chaotic, just because Miyamika would do that, but also play with some crazy compositions. Cham a little bit more standard in his composition approach, at least. But it can be a very tricky player to kind of keep up with, for sure. So now it is going to be a Stargate opener. The Adept does move out across the map. Stargate into the Oracle, into a third base, standard opener out to Trigger. We don't really expect to see Trigger mix things up too much. Trigger, he's very mid-game oriented, mid to late game even as well. So we'll see if he ever does deviate away from Stargate play. If this was Astrea, I'd be like, okay, he's more willing to open up like Twilight Council or Robo, or just go for something crazy, go for something different. A little bit more willing. Trigger, he does threaten the shade. Two it up, taking 1-shot drones. And he does commit. He does commit in. He gets one. He gets one. Two drones go down. SpeCial's getting up to 3. Do we get 4? Ooh, he barely does not. 3 drone kills. That's an okay start for Trigger. Lings, they are going to be triggered to move out across the map, as there are no adepts that defend back at home, so the third base is exposed. At the same time, the first Oracle does get into the main, but the Queens are in position. So far, so good, but alas, no Spore. Yeah, no Spore. 1, 2, 3 drones go down. The Oracle does overextend a little bit, takes a lot of hits, does barely get away. So 3 and 3, 6 in total. 6 drone kills. Lings, they do force a cancel on the pylon. Do we cancel? No shot. No shot. He cancels the base. Second Oracle, yeah, does arrive in time. Does save the expansion. As we're playing a game of there we go. Basically, Cham, he was waiting for the Oracle to activate its Pulsar Beam. And Trigger, he was a little bit late to activate. Lings, they sip into the main base to confirm the additional Oracle production. As it's going to be triple Oracle out of a Trigger. But Cham, he got a lot out of those Lings. Took down the pylon. Was able to get some damage done on the base itself. And behind this, Forge and Twilight Council should be +1 and Blink. But the timings are a little bit different here. Oh no, the timings are on point. Yeah, it should be +1 and Blink here from Trigger. As the Oracle gets across the map. First Oracle still between the bases. And it does set up at the stasis. Ooh, gonna be zoned away. Okay, so back gets one more drone, 2 in total. Trigger still hunting for damage. Meanwhile, no surprise, Roach Warren here from Cham. Again, he's very Roach heavy typically in this matchup. So bleed out a couple extra drones. This is all adding up, going for the stasis as well. And Cham, he is late to react. No reaction whatsoever. Half the middle line gets caught out. Very nicely done, and Trigger takes a lead. Trigger in total 12 drones, 12 drone kills, 8 Zerglings, and the stasis. And it's still not done. He still yet to lose any of his oracles. Gets one more drone. Oh god. Oh no! Bit of miscontrol. Has to calm down with the oracle. Has to get out of there. Barely gets away on 3 HP. Get out of there, pappy. The stasis. Cham does pull away. Whew. Cham keeps up this time. Getting to his roaches, but for the most part, I would say the Trigger has momentum. Trigger, he has momentum. Back at home is building up his stalkers. He's going for a massive gateway explosion. Has 6 gates on the way. Getting up to 9 gates in total. He does take his gases. Now, typically when you take your gases, that's indicative of earlier tech. Of taking up in towards Storm or Colossus. But we don't have full saturation. We're going for the War Prism. We are not taking up. We're not expanding either. We should be either taking a 4th base or getting splash damage. He's committing. Yeah, he's committing to an all-in. I believe going up to a 10-gate 3-base all-in. Ay, ay, ay. That's a lot of gateways. But it does hit a little bit later. The reason for this is because with an 8-gate all-in, you would proxy across the map. Here with a 10-gate all-in, we're waiting for the War Prism to reinforce. So Trigger, he needs that War Prism. Prism is on the way. It's going to be pure +1 Blink Stalker. Ooh, Biles, they don't quite get the Observer. The Trigger is going for the kill. Cham, he did cut workers. He droned up to 70. Ooh, Observer goes down. Just like the Observer, no more detection. Reinforcements have arrived. And again, Trigger, he has to end it here and now. As he has no 4th base and he has no tech behind this. Outside of +2. Outside of those upgrades. So far, Cham is buying time. He's just buying time here at the expansion. Biles a zone away. Doesn't want to bile too much here. Does want to hold on to some to keep those biles going. Speaking of the queens, are getting a bit exposed. More stalkers going down. And Cham, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Cham. Gets on top of the stalkers. 2, 3 stalkers going down. 8 in total. Okay. 8 stalker kills. And getting another Biles A. Oh, 2 crazy army. Yeah, once again, the crazy army at the same time. Bailing run by in the middle. Let's go. Okay. Bailing's they got in. 13 probe kills. Cham, he's holding. I mean, those are less links to defend back at home, true. The Ravagers are getting exposed. Can't afford to lose Ravagers. The base is going to go down. He'll lose the 4th. That will impact Larva. Trigger is rotating. So the Stasis goes off in the main. Trigger is still so close to breaking Cham. So close. And he may still have too much. Killing the Proto across the map was nice, but oh, means a moving in. Mortal has a ride as well. If Stasis goes off, Banelings, they do zone back the Stalkers. They force out some micro, decent connections. Oh, he dives in. Yeah, he dives on top of the Ravagers here, and Trigger, he has too much. He cleans up every single Ravager. Again, Cham, he was so close to holding. He had an impressive defense, buying time, killing workers, but GG gets called. Trigger still overwhelms, and Trigger takes game at number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Trigger does take a lead. Again, Trigger, one of the reasons why he went for a 3-base all-in was because he had such a strong start, killing so many drones at the beginning of the game. It all led into said all-in. Trigger, he knew that he was far enough ahead where he could attempt to go for an all-in like this and cripple Cham before he stabilized. And Cham almost got there. He almost stabilized. The 4th base was going to be long gone to begin with here. Unfortunately, on this map, on Maganatha, there's no kind of like alternate 4th, so ahead of time, typically if we were on ley lines, for example, if the 4th base was under threat, then Cham would expand at the linear 4th base, at the opposing 4th base, and then start transferring his workers over to maintain his economy, to maintain his lava. Here on Maganatha, there's no other 4th, right? There's no other 4th base option outside of the center 4th base, which no shot you can take that base while you're being all in. So once it went down, like that was game then and there. Trigger snowballed out of control, and with that, we're now getting into game number 2, loading into torches. Let's go. Alright, loading into torches. Cham stopped droning in time, 6 cents. I mean, it depends what he saw. I didn't quite check, but if he checked and if he saw no 4th base, then you'd know not to drone. For sure. As we are getting into our next game. Getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of torches, we have the blue Zerg player, the Mexican Zerg representing Astrea Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is a Cham. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss for Basilisk. In the series 1-0, it is a Trigger. Go. As welcome on all to torches. It is very, very common for Zerg players to all in on this map. I can't recall the last time that we saw a Zerg player in ZVP go for a standard macro game on torches. We'll see if Cham is also one to commit, as he actually goes for gasless. No, never mind. Cham opener. Hatch, pool, gas right next to each other. This is something that Cham is very fond of, but I'm a little bit surprised that Cham does take his natural base. Now, it is very common for at least the Korean Zergs to mine these minerals, to mine through the minerals and to take the center goal base as the natural instead and turn this into a Ling all-in and go for a Ling flood, mine through these patches and just commit into the bases. It is very, very trendy, very popular, very common. So for Cham not to do that, I'm sure Trigger is scratching his head. I'm sure he's like, what? We just gotta play one out. Okay, let's go. So a little bit of a surprising choice here from Cham. And he may just play this out normally. We'll see. We'll see where he takes his third. As of course, Trigger, he does double check. I mean, for good reason. He does check the wall. Confirms it is untouched. Clearly a Zerg Mac. I mean, it would be if we mine through the patches though. Like Cham is playing standard instead. He is going for the forward low ground base. Interesting. With this expansion, creep does spread faster across the map, so we could try to commit to a 3-base all-in with this, with boosted creep spread. So we'll see. shall see. Otherwise, it can be quite exposed. Likewise, if Trigger gains an economic lead early on, then Trigger can just go for another all-in again. I wouldn't be opposed to that. As a reminder, I'm pretty sure that Trigger's build last game was more of a reactive choice. Was based off the damage that he dealt with the Oracles and with the Adepts. Not the initial plan. As Adepts do get in, they'll get 1, 2, they'll get 3. Yeah, 3 drones go down. Can we get 4? Oh. And barely not. So 3 drones just like last game. Likewise, with the Adepts going down, that does trigger a counterattack. Cham is going to be going towards the third base of Trigger. This time, the rush distance by ground is shorter compared to Maganatha, so this third base is under threat. The Oracle sticks around. Yeah, the Oracle has to stay back at home this time, which means no economic damage. Okay. So nicely done here by Cham. This time, Cham, he's able to maintain his economy. Meanwhile, a big shout to SC2's Sort of God, baby God. Thank you so much, Sort of, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Welcome back, baby. Welcome back. I know you've been spending a lot of time playing Age of Empires, especially in recent months, but I hope you're enjoying your time returning to StarCraft and trying out the latest patch. Bearing in mind, of course, we have a new map pool on the horizon as well. New map pool soon, TM. But otherwise, hope you've been enjoying yourself. Thank you so much. And welcome one more in the chat to the SC2 Safe House number 2's playoffs. This is of course day number 2. This is a replay cast. We were live casting day 1. We were the official B stream, and now we have our hands on the replays for day number 2. So we're going to be wrapping up the playoffs here tonight. We already wrapped up with Astrea versus SpeCial. Now we're here with Cham versus Trigger in a best of 7. Oh boy. As well as a big event that was happening a couple days ago over in the Americas, over in Vegas. At least it was hosted from Vegas. Meanwhile, double Oracle to the natural. Finally does get a couple of drone kills. 3 drones going down. Gases are being taken. Okay, we're taking all 6 gases. Very tech heavy. Curious, do we go for a Spire? We're just going to Roach a Hydra. We did mention earlier, with this low ground base being taken, does mean the Cham is spreading creep faster across the map. So creep is spreading. Roaches are amassing. The lair is now done, and okay, we're going for the infestation pit. In my mind, it was going to be a Spire or a Hydra. Never mind, we're going for the pit instead. No shot we're going into Swarm Host, right? No shot. I mean, Swarm Host play is viable against Protoss and is seen quite commonly, but specifically seen against charge-based openings, right? Against Charge Archon, less so against Blink Stalkers. The reasoning for this is because Blink Stalkers are so much more mobile. It is so much easier for this kind of army to keep up and to shut down Nidus play. Nidus Swarm Host, I mean, specifically. Safety Infestors. Okay, I guess we're rushing to Hive. Have a couple of Infestors on the way. Committing to Ling Roach Ravager. Trigger is poking in. Behind us, getting a proxy gateway, okay? I mean, a pseudo proxy gateway. He's got 8 gates behind this. 9 in total. Okay, so 9 gate blink here from Trigger. Once again, very committed here on the 3 bases. Unlike the last game, there's no Robo, there's no Warp Prism because of the short rush distance by ground. You can see we're just warping in. Yeah, 3 base all in, 3 base all in at a Trigger. He commits. Nice Fungal. Fungal does graze the army. Gets 1, 2, 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers go down. Another nice Fungal. The Biles. Oh my god. Biles do connect. The Fungals, they've been solid, but only 2, right? Only 2 Fungals. There's no Fungals left. Trigger, he is reinforcing. Keeps moving in. And again, it's all or nothing for Trigger. And this time hitting much faster. catching up more roaches. Cham's trying to rush his way in. Does get himself the stalkers though, not bad. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4 stalker kills, very nice. As Cham forces the army back, we have 2 more infestors on the way. And Cham is holding. Yeah, Cham is holding on, he's surviving. And you can see the difference between game 1 and game 2. Game 1, we did have Trigger go for a similar, a little bit of a later all-in, but it was off of the back of critical economic damage. Here, this game, Trigger got 3 drone kills. He got 6 in total. 3 from the Adepts and 3 from the Oracles. Nowhere near as much. The all-in didn't have as much power behind it. And as time goes on, it's getting better and better for Cham. He's getting better. Yo, we have the flanking fungal. Let's go. Infestors being hidden. Coming in for the flank. Fungal does connect. Very nice fungal. Yeah, with that Cham, he collapses on the army. So many stalkers go down. Yeah, brutal losses here for Trigger. Expensive losses. And with that Cham, just snowballing out of control. Just snowballing out of control, diving on the main army. More stalkers going down. And we will have a series. We will have a series here. The first semis was a little more one-sided. But here, Cham, as you mentioned before, Cham, he already beat Trigger in the group stage. He already beat Astrea in the group stage as well. And here, he's here to make a series out of this. Not going to be a 4-0. Nah. As Cham is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. He's holding on to another fungal. Keeping up with the army. 18 Lings on the way. Again, Lings are ideal for tanking stalker shots. We're closing that distance. Now we see Trigger expanding, but it's such a late base, such a late expansion. It's too late, Pat. It's too late. And remember, there's no Storm, there's no Colossus, there's no splash damage. Why? Because it was an all-in, right? We built up to an all-in. Trigger he was meant to end the game with his push. And without that happening, you can see that he has no follow-up tech. That's why it's called an all-in. If it doesn't work, I mean, it's all we had. It's all we had, back. Oof. Another fungal connects. So because they cannot blink away. And Cham just starter steps in. Chases down the army, pushes it all the way towards what would be 4th base. And this 4th should not get up and running. It shouldn't happen. As Cham has half his army that are getting caught up by reinforcements. But they're on top of the 4th base. Will go down. A Trigger, he survives with a handful of stalkers. 4th base falls. Oh. Does dodge. Dodge the wilds. Cham can just back up. He can rebuild, remax, and do that all over again. He can just do it again. Does start to step in, chases down the stalkers. Payments to get into the middle lane, they attempt to, and GG gets called. The 3rd base is broken, and Cham, he ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. We are tied up. And again, Trigger, he went for a very similar build. He went for a 9-gate all-in. He didn't take his gases at his 3rd base. He had no Robo, he had no War Prism, just because the rush distance by ground is shorter, so you can get away with just having a proxy gateway instead. But as we mentioned, unlike game number 1, he did not do as much economic damage early on. Likewise, we had the added extra flair of the infestation bit of the infestors for Cham. Really nice addition of the infestors, as they helped just lock down and shut down those stalkers. They helped to just shut down the all-in. GG, well played. So very nice setup there by Cham, and again, not as good of a setup for Trigger compared to the first game. Now we're getting into game number 3. Shall be the game 3 here. Game 3 is going to be on Persephone, and we'll see who can take a lead in the series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg for Xeritus Esports. It is Cham. Okay. So we are getting into our third game of the series. And we're loading into Persephone. Oh boy. Persephone is an interesting map. It's a little bit more quote-unquote standard. The bases are relatively secure. There is an area in between the third and fourth base you can kind of abuse and you can traverse between. We have seen a lot of Zerg players attempt to go for set all-ins on this map as well, but as I speak on that, this series has been it's been very different. It's been very, very different to what we expect. Trigger has been going for non-stop all-ins. He's been going for non-stop 3-base all-ins. He went for a 10-gate 3-base all-in in game 1, went for a 9-gate 3-base all-in in game number 2. So it's been hyper-aggression from Trigger, and with mixed success, right? With mixed success, as opposed to Cham, who I was assuming was going to be the aggressor instead. So the roles have been reversed, and Trigger's been just very in the face of Cham. But at this point, I feel like we have to calm down. This one, we're gonna calm down. We're gonna calm down. We shall see. Cham, he is setting up, going for his third. Setting up for his third base, likewise Stargate opener out of Trigger. Does open Stargate. Everything's looking normal so far. Again, Cham, hatch gas pool. Third base on the way, Stargate opener, Oracle into a third base out of Trigger as well. And early on, it just comes down to how many losses Cham will accumulate, if at all. And whether Trigger commits on 3 bases again. No shot. It's possible. Trigger does get in. Sword up, shade into the main. They catch out a couple of lings, but this time Cham keeps up, and this time drones are not going down. Okay. Last 2 games, these are so they would at least get 3 drone kills, but not this time. Ling speed is almost done, and Cham can chase. He does give chase. He's going for the Adept, and ideally will go for the third base as well. Oracle into the main base. Cham is keeping up. No spawn in the main though, which means 1, 2 drones go down. Oracle does pull out, and Cham, he did catch the Adept. Or did he? He did. So he gets 2 Adept kills. He does rotate, does check, does get eyes on the third base. The second Oracle does stick around to defend. Ooh, and that is a much earlier Twilight Council. Okay, based on this Twilight Council timing, this looks like Glaive Adepts. This does look like Glaives. The other option here could be Charge, but we'd have a bit of a later Forge here by now. Lings, they get in, they get a full scout. Cham, he's gonna see everything. That should not have happened. Adept out of position. Adept was out of position. Lings, they poke in, they get eyes on one of the gateways, and he has not seen the timing of the Twilight Council yet. Right, let's get behind the mineral line, and he should get a full scout. There he sees. He does see that it's already done. He knows Glaive Adepts are on the way, and we need an earlier Roach Warren. I say that. We did actually get a Forge. Yeah, Forge here at the natural base. I mean, Cham sees it. Cham, he sees it with the Overlord, so my apologies here. With a Forge on the way, it's not Glaives. It's not Glaive Adepts. It is going to be Blink, of course, but Cham knows that as well. It's going to be early Blink. Early Blink into +1. And Cham is fully aware. I meant to say, if there was no Forge, this should have been Glaives. Cham, he sees all, he knows all, plus on range is on the way. Going for his own Roach Warren eventually as well. Ah, actually, never mind. Going for a Ling Hydra, but with the range upgrade instead. A little more committed play here into Hydras. Interesting. Hydra is on the way. Lings are amassing. As Cham will lose another Overlord. Brutal supply block. Cham gets supply blocked. Things are amassing. And Cham should have enough to defend. Does even force a read. No blink! No shot, no blink. Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, blink is nowhere near being done. 2 Stalkers go down. Better trade here for Cham. And the question is, Cham is going to cut workers. A 4th base, yes, but is this just for Larva? We have oh, he's droning. Okay, never mind. He's droning up. He's applying a lot of pressure, don't get me wrong. But he's saturating his own base. The Oracle does confirm. Does get eyes on some saturation at least. There's Revelation. Queens to reveal. And Cham drones up to 81. Drones up quite heavily. Does turn up. Likewise, we have Ling Bane Hydra massing up here for Cham. Cham he has a choice to make. He can either just max out Ling Bane Hydra, or he can go and take up into Lurkers. And we can see the answer to that. He's not taking up into Lurkers, he's maxing out. Meanwhile, it's going to be on Trigger to defend. He's throwing down a wall of cannons, shield batteries. After the early blink timing, did it crumble? Did it fall on its face? We're just turtling up as hard as we can. Storm is complete, and it'll be depending on whether or not Trigger can defend. Can Trigger defend, or will Cham break him with this push? With this essentially lair tech all in, as there's no hive, no lurkers. So going for a Baneling drop towards the main, passing up his main army. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for Trigger. He just has to survive. And so far the side defense is getting ready. It'll be done in time. Here comes Cham. Cham throws down the infestation with a case, so he's now starting to tech up. It's very late, but it's on the way. So in case this fails. Results are dealt with. Drop into the main. And how well the storm's gonna connect. There's the first storm. Ooh, brutal storms. Yeah, storms are brutal. Safe stress being triggered. And Cham trying to rush through those storms. Trying to, though. Yeah, Banelings don't quite make it through. They don't make it through, they get choked up. And Trigger, so far, he is holding. At the same time, we do see Banelings in the main base. 13 probes go down. Cham does get some damage. But he failed to break the fort. When it came to the main fight, Trigger did dominate. And Cham plummets in supply, and now he techs. Yeah, he sees the attack has failed. Now we get the hive, and now we get the spire. Now we get the gases. So Cham has recognized that his all-in has failed, and now he's trying to tech out of this and trying to build up and get into a longer game. Cham is now in a worse position, and there's a big window in time here where Trigger can move out. Oh, and is able to make it through. Templar. More Lings are on the way. Again, there's just so much pressure on Cham. This is good damage, and he needs to keep this going. He needs to keep this going. He rotates once again, keeps the pressure up. He's buying time for his hive. He's buying time for potentially even Broodlords, as he has no lurker den. Yep, there it is. Greater Spire's on the way. Corruptors as well. Cham rushing into Broodlord tech. Can work. Can make this work. Tempest are building up. And Trigger is getting into a Sky Toss. It's a bit of a later transition though, as there is only one Stargate. How many models do we have? 10! Oh my god. And this army is perfect against something like Ultras or something like Lurkers. Unfortunately, it's a much more mobile composition here, much more flexible. They roll in. Cham looking to collapse on the army. Throw down a couple of storms. Yeah, Ling Bane is being dealt with, but we do have a flanking army getting across the map. Oh. Lings, they hit the third. The Trigger is pushing in. Yeah, he's pushing in. Broodlords are on the way. Cham needs a little bit more time. Un poquito más, bad. As Broodlords are revealed. Army's moving in. There's 4 Broodlords currently. Just 4. And 4, it may just barely be enough. There's not many Stalkers. It's not that much anti-air. And Chamby's holding on. He's holding on with the 4 Broods. And yeah, these are expensive run bys. Throws away 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals are thrown away. Trigger going for the recall into the main. Okay, sure. Let's go. Recalls to the other side. Knocking down another expansion. Still holding on to a couple of storms. Same time, Zealots get into the mineral line, and drones are going to be going down. Does recall back home to safety. Now both recalls are on cooldown. And Cham, sure, he survived, but he's taken a lot of damage, a lot of losses. Trigger, he maintains the core of his army. Second Stargate is done. Third Stargate even. And now a SC2's is underway. And again, Cham, his win condition here after the failed all-in was try to strike as quickly as possible with Broodlords. Didn't quite work. It allowed him to survive, but ideally he wanted a little bit more momentum there. Ideally he wanted a stronger fight. A more decisive fight, I should say. He didn't get it. Oh, shout out to the healing pad. So we built up to 8, soon to be 10 Tempest. It's a lot of Tempest. Trigger, he rotates. Gets behind the bases. Now what does Cham have to work with here? Cham, he's got 5 Corruptors. The anti-air isn't really there for Cham. He does have a high Broodlord count, but the Broodlords don't really matter against 11 Tempest. So minimal anti-air. He has some Infestors, but no Neural, so he has limited use for the Infestors. He has Fungals available, that is true. He can Fungal, he can Parasitic Bomb, he can Abduct. But again, there's only a handful of Corruptors. We have too much supply here in Lurker Broodlord. Too much supply in anti-ground. We got more broods on the way? Oh god. Okay. Oh. The observers with the main army. The flanking army. So it's away Cham. Trigger, he's just been rotating, clearing up all this creep. At least as much as he can. As Trigger is giving Cham a lot of time. Again, Cham has 11 Broodlords, only 7 Corruptors. Now, if he can fight with his spores, then maybe, right? If he can fight with his spores, if he can maybe abduct like a Tempest at a time, Queens are gonna be helping. Maybe. Of course, does come down to the angle of attack. Base goes down. Big Lurker counterattack. Trigger is committing in. Do we have a detection? The answer is no. Yeah, no observer with the main army. It's a little bit further back. So Lurkers, they stop the advance. I do still feel like Trigger could have been a lot more assertive there. A lot more assertive. If only he had detection. Again, it was 1 volley away from going down. The base, I mean. Less than a volley. Trigger's playing this out slow. Oh. Nice Fungal. Fungal does connect. Corrupts, they commit. Getting almost 1. Sorry, getting 1 Tempest. For 2 Infestors. Down to 6 Corruptors? Aye. Yeah, carriers, they have their place here. Against this just a little amount of anti-air. Don't forget to hydrate, true. Don't forget. Those Broodlords do move in. I mean, Cham has to get rid of them. At least some of them, I mean. And here comes Trigger. Chilling with the army. Here comes the first Fungal. Oh. Chain Fungal even. Nice Abductions. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Tempest. And they're going to get caught out by some of the Spores. It's going to be 4 Tempests going down. I mean, pretty efficient trades here for Cham. True. Yeah, pretty efficient. But here comes the flanking army. Broodlords are now coming in. But the Lurkers are falling. And there are still 6 Tempests left. It's the Cloak. Tempest, they can give chase. There's 0 Infestors left. So no Fungals. And Trigger, he outtrades. Yeah, trades the army. Gets the final Lurker. Can we reaction on Corruptor? Let's go. We have 9 more Corruptors on the way. Gets 1 Abduction. Cham does left 1. Oof. Corruptors overextend. And these have been better fights, better trades here for Trigger. At the same time, Zelaromai takes down 1 base, gets into the mineral line, and Inger for another. And Cham is falling apart here. He's burning through his bank. Oh. I mean, the Tempest did with, sorry, the Brewless did with the Archons quite well. There are so many more Archons coming in. And Trigger, he should take this. Should take this. Tempest, they bully the Broodlords. They bully the Corruptors. And again, like, Cham just had a really rough composition, but also he had a rough composition because it was a failed all-in, right? Like, it was just a really rough road to late game. Trigger, he was in control the entire game. GG gets called, and Trigger, he takes a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, the scariest moment in this game for Trigger was the initial all-in, the initial layer tech all-in with Lingbane Hydra with the drop into the main base. Did kill a mineral line. I want to say he killed like 13 probes, but outside of that, that's really the only damage that Cham was able to deal. After the all-in failed, he fell behind, he stayed behind, he had a subpar army composition. His role there was to rush into Broodlords, if you remember, but he was stuck with too many Broodlords, and we were trying to emphasize just the lack of anti-air that Cham had, the lack of his ability to deal with the SC2's army. He had 13 Broodlords, he had a bunch of Lurkers as well, he had a bunch of anti-air, but nothing really secure against the SC2's. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cham was just outscaled. And with that, we're getting into game number 4. Here we go. Getting into game 4, loading into Tokamak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Cham. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. We go. Bearing in mind we are in a best of 7, so first of 4 will claim the series. Trigger does have a lead, but Cham not too far behind. We already have that back and forth, but loading into our next map here, I do favor our Protoss player as welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for defensive play. It is easier for a player to turtle up on 4 and 5 bases on Tokamak, which means we often do see Protoss players playing more defensively here, turtling up and maxing out on SC2's. As a result, we often see Zerg players try to be a little bit cheeky here. We have seen Zerg players go into Mutaplay to try to catch them off guard, or try to out-tech them as well, and try to be a little bit greedier that way. We'll see how Cham will approach this. Technically, we could see an all-in as well. All-ins, they're not as effective on this map than other maps, but that doesn't mean they don't work. Like, they can still work out, they can still be successful. Just a little bit more difficult to pull off. Sorry, just opening the door. Airing the room out a little bit here. I mean, we're kind of here in Australia. We're in spring, nearing summer eventually, towards the end of the year. And has been a lot more hotter as of late. It's getting hot back. Trying to air out the room. Otherwise, we're settling in. Again, hatch gas pool, third base is on the way. Cham opening up as he does. Likewise, a trigger also getting to his own Stargate, into his own third base, into a standard opener. Our eyes are mainly going to be on Cham. Like, we expect to see standard defensive play out of trigger. We'll see if Cham tries to be aggressive and all in and try to break trigger early, or we'll see if he's going to be greedy instead and try to out-tech him. So far, trigger does get called out. Nice catch here by Cham. Getting one, getting both adepts. Ooh, still gets 3 drones though. Aye. So nice trades here from trigger. Gets 3 drones. Pulls away. I say pulls away. Gets cleaned up. Then it's going to be on Cham to rally across the map. We do have a probe. I miss rally here from trigger. Throws away a worker. Lings are moving out and trigger is in position. Third, additional oracles on the way, and we'll see how Cham techs. Does he go for an Evo chamber? Does he go for a Roach Warren? Does he go for a Spire with said lair? Cham, he has options. It's going to be a later Twilight Council out of trigger. And we have lair first out of Cham. Okay, so lair before +1. Or lair before Evo chamber. I mean, Cham, he has yet to play Ling Hydra at all so far. I mean, I guess we kind of got that last game with Ling Bane Hydra. But that was +1 range. So we'll see what Cham goes for this time. Link is on the horizon. Delayed Forge, delayed +1. This trigger is looking for damage. Cham will take all 6 gases, and just like last game, +1 range. Okay, so it looks like +1 range into a more Hydra heavy composition, just like we saw last game with Ling Bane support. Yep, there's that Hydra Den, which means once again Cham may go for another lair tech all in. It's on Cham to tech up or not, so he should be joining up to around 80 on 4 bases, and whether or not he throws down infestation pits, I mean, we'll see. We shall see. Remember last game he did heavily delay his pit in favor of maxing out. Could do it again. More trigger he does that, cancel the 4th base, not bad. Delays the 4th. Does poke out. It's relatively safe to do so. He does have Oracle support. But remember, trigger is pushing without blink, so this is still a little bit risky. Still risky. So as they move in. And can we force a cancel? Oh. Stasis goes off. No major connection. Ooh, backup stasis is denied. And Cham saves the expansion. Not bad. He saves the base. At least for now. Link is now done. Stalkers, they dive in. Gets a Hydra. Gets the 1. Trigger is forced to pull away. And he's totally, yeah, we're turtling up. Oh, this is a little bit different though. So unlike last game, Trigger, he's going to Storm. He's going to be delaying his fourth. Delayed fourth base in favor of double Robo production into double Robo, double Immortal. Okay. So going to Mass Immortal. This is a bit of a different follow-up. Meanwhile, Cham, he's running up to 71. He's cutting workers a little bit earlier. Last game, he joined up to 81. And he's building up. He's building up his Hydras, building up his Lings. Cham is getting ready for his push. He's getting ready to commit. As Cham is choosing not to drone, not to take gases, and not to throw down a Lurker Den or an Infestation Pit. So just like last game, he's going for a Lair Tech all-in, except this time he's committing a little bit harder. Because he's cutting workers earlier, which means he's pushing earlier as well. Okay. So here we go. It's all or nothing for Cham. Oh, he's also doing this stuff without banelings. True, true. So instead of a Ling Bane Hydra all-in, it's going to be just purely Ling Hydra. Which means more gas is being spent on Hydras. So very Hydra heavy. Double Storm on the ramp. Jesus. Okay, double Storm on the ramp. Oh no! Cham, he sends in the storms. Goes back in. Brutal connections. Another brutal storm. We've got two, soon to be three more storms. One that Templar goes down. Lose one, lose two. Very nice target firing there out of Cham. Trigger, he's running out of storms. The base is getting low. The Hydras, they move back into the storm. Trigger, he has a better concave, and Trigger, he will chase us down. And Cham, he cannot keep up, and now he throws down a Baneling. Oh, that is late. Late Baneling out of Cham. Cham, he bled out so many Hydras. And he has lost his momentum. This is a risky counterattack as there's no War Prism. No War Prism with the army. Trigger, he has to be so careful here. Trigger pulls away. When he went for his Dalit Ramai, there was nothing to kill. And he decides to take up. Ooh, okay. So Trigger, he could have just kept pushing, and he might have been able to kill, by the way. He might have just been able to end the game, but Trigger, he decides to back off and to go for a Sky Toss and to build up into the late game. You know, Cham with the surround. Comes in for a flank, does punish Trigger. Link is almost ready. Oh, losing one Stalker. One Stalker goes down, that could have been so much worse. And Trigger's just turtling up. He's just turtling up. There are now more cannons, more shield batteries. Turtling up as hard as he can. Second Stargate's on the way. And Cham, if you notice, as Trigger is turtling after Trigger survived the first failed all-in, Cham's just going for a third round. He's just going for another wave. This time with Banelings. Storms, they cover the Hydras. What about the Banelings, though? Yeah, we're lacking Storms. He is. Oh, he comes over. Never mind. He comes over from behind, cashes out the army, and Cham is running out of steam. He's running out of army. Remember, Cham is all in. Takes down two Eye Templar. Very nice. Nice Baneling connections. But GG, he has nothing left. And Trigger, he will extend his lead. He will take game number 4, up 3-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. I don't blame Cham for committing to these all-ins, especially on Tokamak. Playing a late game on Tokamak is so difficult here. And it was really interesting to see Cham go for that second all-in. Basically, he was hoping that Trigger would be too greedy or would push out. But instead, Trigger, he was defending. Remember, he threw down a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. He teched up, and Trigger, he did decide not to be aggressive, not to be active on the map, which means that the follow-up second all-in here out of Cham was that much weaker, as his opponent was already kind of getting ready for that kind of play. So solid read there by Trigger. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 5. Trigger is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Cham, he has to fight back here and now to extend the series, have a chance at the ace match. Let's go. So we are loading into ley lines for game number 5. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Exertus Esports, down heavily in the series. The pressure is on. It is Cham. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. So we're getting into game 4. Now, as we load into ley lines, something important to take note of here is that we've gone through the larger maps. Maganatha and Tokamak. We're done. We made it through Maganatha and Tokamak. I don't know what the vetoes were. I don't know where Incorporeal is going to lie in this series. But now that we're loading into maps like ley lines, this is where aggression is favored. This is where all-ins are stronger. This is where defending on 3 and 4 bases is more difficult. As the rush distance by ground is shorter, rotations can hit harder, and of course you can hit the natural as it is more exposed compared to on other maps as well. So this is going to make all-ins more accessible here for Cham. Now, I don't know if I like the idea of Cham going for another all-in, just because we've seen the same kind of style 3 games in a row. Or sorry, 2 games in a row so far, right? 2 games in a row. Do we really want to make it 3 games in a row? Like, I feel like Trigger, he should already be kind of in the mindset of being very defensive and not being too greedy and being very tech-heavy on 3 bases instead. What I'm getting at, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 more robos on 3 bases once again, before the 4th. That would make a lot of sense. Meanwhile, we'll see if Cham does go for a 3-base all-in or not. For now. Calming down. Cham is building up. Again, Stargate opener out of Trigger. And so here we are building up. Behind this, Cham pulls out of gas. Being as efficient as possible. This is important just because it means, okay, we're not rushing into like an early lair or the Roach Warren. There's no early tech, none in sight. True, does shade in. Okay, gets into the bases, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. 3, 4? Ooh, 4 drones go down. No shot, we get up to 5. Yeah, 4 drone kills, a nice damage here by Trigger, gets 1 extra circling as well. The best start we've seen so far. So nice start at the Trigger. The Lings are counter-attacking and the Oracle arrives in time. The Oracle is ready. Trigger, he does defend. And from here, we'll see if Cham once again goes for the earlier lair or if he goes into an earlier Eva chamber. He has gone lair first 2 games in a row, which has been leading into these earlier Hydra timings. It's been a very similar style 2 games in a row so far. Earlier Twilight Council out of Trigger. 3 more gates as well. This could be 4 gate claves, otherwise it could be early blink. Early blink would just be very safe. It would mean that blink would finish up in time to defend against an all-in. Yeah, Forge on the way, should be blink. Meanwhile, Cham is going for a lair first. 3 games in a row. Trigger, what do you have for us? Charge, I do like this. Charge is on the way instead. Now, I believe there's a couple things happening here. In my mind, I was thinking like he could actually go charge instead to hard counter. If Cham is skipping roaches, now Cham, he has skipped roach production 2 games in a row. He didn't do so in game 1, but 2 games in a row, he has been skipping roaches. And if Trigger reads this well, and Trigger, he just scouted the lair timing, he just saw the Evo chamber, he, saved the roach warren out of Cham, but the last 2 games, Cham has been skipping roaches. As a result, if he goes Ling Hydra, then this early charge timing can kill. But as we saw, Cham is getting a safety roach warren, so he will have the tools to defend. If he had skipped it, then he'd be in trouble. So once you rotate, getting guys on would be expansions. Prism is on the way, Zealous as well. But again, Cham, he is actually making roaches here. He's going for a roach heavy start, lair is done, no hydras this time, going infestation pit. So this is a big misread at a Trigger. Oof. He's trying to mind game Cham. Yes, and that's not working. As Trigger's moving out. Cham, he scouts with the Overlords, so he knows it's coming. He sees the Archons, he knows that there's charge. Swarm hosts are on the way. And we spoke about it on torches. Swarm hosts are very much so viable against Protoss, specifically against charge-based openers and charge-based builds. And here comes Trigger. And again, Cham is getting ready. Now Cham needs a little bit more time for more roaches. Takes on the first Zealot. Local save comes in. And Cham kites well against the charge lots. Okay, kites well, he will shut this down. Prism does finish the warp in. And Trigger, he might get the base. Nah, not even. Yeah, the base survives, the attack is thwarted. Attack is deflected, and then we can counterattack with Swarmers. Once again, solo kiting here by Cham, trading very efficiently. You can see how difficult it is for the Zealous to really gain any value here against this kind of army. And again, Trigger, the reason why this is hurting so much for Trigger is he was hoping it was going to be Ling Hydra. He was hoping it was going to be, oh no, he throws away an Immortal. Okay, thankfully they'll save it. They'll save. But again, he was hoping it was going to be Ling Hydra just like the last 2 games. He was gambling. The gamba, baby, the gamba. Focus wave towards the top side. Cham is almost maxed out. Mineral line gets hit. We're just going for the expansion. They're just going for the Nexus. Nexus barely does survive. Another Locust Wave will be enough to bring it down. Cham does pull back. Oh, the Wilds! Oh my god, he gets an Oracle. The Oracle goes down to the Wilds. Brutal pickoff. And Trigger just being pulled apart. He's being pulled apart here. Cham is not going down without a fight. He's looking to bring it back. Takes on the Archon, gets one. Ooh, gets both. And takes on both Archons. Now there's only Immortals. They can hold their own against Roaches. They're holding on. Oof. He takes out the Oracle. The Oracle gets biled. Local Save is getting ready. And it's just been a slow death here for Trigger. No, not again. Another Oracle goes down. There's 3 Oracles falling to the wilds. Cham harnessing his inner dark, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, he does a move in here. Gets the mineral line, does catch part of the army. It's another Immortal going down. And Trigger is on his last legs here. Down to 3 Immortals. Oof. Nexus gets wild. And Cham just remaxes, this time with Hydras. This time he's incorporating a couple of Hydras. So from here should be switching into Ling Hydra as a more efficient composition. We even have some Lunkers? Okay. Lurker then is done. No Infestation, no Hive, just Lair Tech Lurkers. The Lair Tech Lunkers, man. Loco save comes in. We can save 2 of the Immortals. I would say a bit of a wasted Locust Wave, but sure. We're halving a bit of copium, Pappy. Copium is real. This Trigger is microing his heart out with these 3 Immortals. Locos here hits the base once again. Got the Lair Tech Lunkers moving in. And GG gets called. Cham, he breaks on through, and Cham does fight back, does put another point on the board. Whew. GG, well played. Again, winding it back, it was just a bit of a, I was going to say misread, it was just a bit of a gamble from Trigger specifically. Did gamble quite a bit. He was hoping that Cham was going to be skipping Roaches again, but he skipped Roaches on maps that do kind of allow for that to happen on these larger maps. On a smaller map here, Cham, he did open Roach instead, so the early charge-based build was less effective from the side of Trigger. He committed quite hard on his own 3 bases, and he was shut down completely by the Roach Swarm Host of Cham. So Cham with the almost hard counter to Trigger's build. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into our next game and spawning in the right hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the Red Protoss, the Red Protoss player. We have the Canadian Protoss, so Basilisk still 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. With the Mexican Zerg, we have the blue Zerg for Exertus Esports. It is Cham. We go. Here we go as Cham. He does fight back. He does put another point on the board, and Cham, he's 1 game away from tying things up and forcing the ace match. Now, coming into this, welcome to Ultra Love. If you know anything about Ultra Love, you'll know that Ultra Love is known for aggression, is known for all-ins. Ultra Love has a much shorter rush distance by ground, so we do often see shorter games. As a result, we should be seeing Cham play Roaches. Like, Roach-based play is very common, very popular here on this map. I mean, we can even see German taxis and different forms of all-in on this map as well. As a result, Trigger should be playing safe this time. I'm not too fond of the idea of Trigger opening up charge here, just because there's a higher chance that Cham will have Roaches ready. Here we go. Trigger does go for a gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise, Cham going for his own standard opener as well. So far, so good. And again, you can also see how the maps do impact the builds, they impact the play, they impact the decisions of the players. They're pretty important. Do quite a bit. I think for certain matchups, maps are a little bit less effective and less influential. So they can kind of fall by the wayside. But even then, like I even take that back. Like most maps, I think maybe for mirror matchups, they're less impactful. But for all the other matchups, CVP, TVP, and TVZ and ZBT, we do see them impact quite a bit. So we'll see how Trigger does adjust coming into Ultra Love. And now, Stargate. Trigger does commit in. Did you make it out of the bus? Astrea walk. Oh no. Did you turn into stir fry? Did you? Oh god. Sugar does win the natural. Threaten's still waiting for our tech behind this. Trigger is taking his third and is going for a Twilight Council before the third base. Okay, very early council, very early tech. With this Trigger, there's a high chance it's going to go into Glaive Adepts. I don't really like the idea of Glaives here, especially because there's a high chance of Cham opening up with Roaches, but we'll see. As the Oracle does hit the natural. 2 drones. Gets 2 drones. You're an animal, Walker. You're an animal. Oh no. Extra gateway is going to be on the way. If we see a Forge, then this can still be Blink, but there it is. Glaive production here for Trigger is rushing into Glaive Adepts. As we mentioned, this did he did telegraph Glaives because of the early Twilight Council, and we'll see if Cham does skip Roaches. Now, Link Bane defense is still possible here for Cham. Is still possible, but he needs tech of some kind. Ooh, does go Lair first. Lair first out of Cham. This is lining up for Trigger. So far, so good. Here comes the first handful of vanilla Adepts. As we're banking, we should be banking up Adepts back at home. Oracle pokes in. And stay through Roach Horn. Yeah, 5-minute Roach Horn here to Cham. It's a little bit later here because of the faster lair. And we'll see if Cham can pull this off. So here come the Adepts. Cham just droned. Oh no! Chammy just droned up, and now is not the time. Adepts, they make their way in. Lings, they race back. They race back to him to defend. First couple of queens gonna be saved, not bad. The Lings are going down. And does he get into the mineral line? Oh, he commits. He commits to the shade. Roach production still on the horizon here, but we need more Adepts. And Lings, they are slowly dealing with this here, down to 5 Adepts. More are coming, more on the way. And more Adepts are on the way as we cancel the shade. Adepts that maintain their presence here at the natural. We have more Adepts head towards the third. So far, really nice crisis management here by Cham. Cham, he deals with this, he cleans it up. Yeah, takes care of all the Adepts, and he's barely lost any workers here and losing 8 drones so far. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. 11 drones. 11 drones go down. Cham does clean up, and behind this Cham, he does fall behind economically. What do we have him defend? Trigger, he does have some shield batteries on the way, sentries and mortal production as well, and Cham, he is stuck at home. He's pushing. He needs to do something across the map. Trigger doesn't really have much of an army. This is it. He has 4 sentries. Uh-oh. He has only 4 sentries. This is the army. But Cham pulls away. Cham, he pulls away. He's droning up at the same time. Trigger, he does reinforce. Extra shield batteries. And the game is going to slow down. We're slowing things down. Ooh, as Trigger overextends. Big overextension. Now, when it comes to the damage that was dealt, it was okay. Killing 14 drones in total. Like, this is okay damage by Trigger, but ideally he wanted more. Ideally, he did want more crippling damage. Likewise, you can see the Trigger, he's actually reacting quite hard. Jesus, he throws down 2 more shield batteries, 2 more cannons, and another pair of shield batteries as well. All of this money, all these cannons and shield batteries, could be a 4th. This could be a 4th base. And the problem here is that Cham has been droning. Cham has been droning, Cham is getting another expansion, Cham invests in multiple upgrades, and now he's focusing on his army production. Trigger, he's playing too scared. He's playing very scared here. As he's throwing down more pylons. Whose nation confirms droning, so now he knows. Yeah, he saw the transfer, he saw the drones. As Cham is still making more workers. And if you remember, we spoke about this at the beginning of the series, how we've seen Cham beat Showtime in a very similar fashion, where Showtime would misread Cham, would over-defend, and then fall behind. And that's what we're seeing here. With Trigger, he's intentionally staying on 3 bases, and he's going for a 3-base all-in. Extra gateways, +1, blink, war prisms on the way to reinforce. And here comes Trigger. And again, all this side defense, it never came into play. Right? This never came into play. It is still a terrifying army, true. It's still a massive force. But Cham, he's done droning. And now Cham has the greater economy, which means the longer this goes on, the better it is for Cham. Trigger, he's on a timer. Cham is supply block. Ooh, brutal supply block. Trigger starts stepping in. Steps in, Bailey's are coming from behind. Nice force fields locking them down. We're coming for this round regardless. Here the immortals are exposed. He gets 1. Brings down 1 immortal. Boys are being pulled. It's still quite close here, but he takes out another immortal down to 2. Yeah, 2 immortals left. Stalkers, they crumble, and Cham, he holds. He cleans up the army completely. And remember, Trigger, he had no expansion. He had no 4th base. He had no follow-up. And Cham, he's going to force the ace match. He's going to tie this series up. Send that back. After taking a very nice lead in this series, Trigger, the last 2 games, he's been hyper aggressive. These last 2 games, and it has not worked out. Has not panned out for him. As Trigger's not contained. Cham, he's droning, by the way. He's droning up. Drones up to 70. On the rocks, forcing his way in. We have 20 more leagues behind this as well. A little bit late when it comes to production. And Trigger, he should hold on. Again, thankfully he had all that side defense. But the problem here is that, yes, Trigger, he survives, he holds, but he's only on 3 bases. Cham is getting a 5th. Fifth base is on the way. Trigger, and now he expands, but this is a very late 4th base for Trigger. Ay, ay, ay. And Cham should be the first to max. It's going to be the first to max out. And he should not allow Trigger to get a 4th base. Should not be allowed. Cham collapsing it from multiple angles. Bailey drilling forward. We potentially have a couple of force fields on the right hand side. Never mind. Sentries, they go down. Oof. And even if Cham doesn't kill here, he's trading. He's trading with the army. He can back off. He can rebuild. Cham doesn't have the biggest economic lead, so he has to be careful. If he drone up to 80, like, sure, he can do this. But he's only on 69. Nice. As Cham zones away the army, Lings, they deal with the expansion. The Nexus should fall. And Cham's win condition, kill the 4th. Just kill the 4th base. Now trying to get into the immortals. He gets one. Gets one, gets two. Two immortals go down. Three immortals left. Two immortals remaining. And Cham is just out trading Trigger. Storm is complete. We get the first and only Storm. And in the midst of all this, Cham, he was running. He was running up. He was running up to 75, soon to be 77 workers. He goes to the fourth base once again. And collapses in. Just collapses in from here. Bane is getting into the mineral line. The final stand for Trigger. GG gets called, and Cham, he will tie the series up 3-3. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, this aggressive style here from Trigger is not panning out here, especially on these smaller maps. We saw Glaive Adepts into 3-base all-in, but not just that. Bearing in mind that the all-in was delayed, was delayed just because Trigger, he was over-defending, he was misreading Cham. Cham was just droning and saturating after his losses, whereas Trigger was getting ready for a counterattack that never arrived. So that did delay gateways, did delay a fourth base if the plan was to take an expansion, or did delay production to go for an all-in. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we are going all the way to the ace match here. We're going to be loading into game 7. Going to be loading into Incorporeal. Let's go. Let us go. Sorry, I had the wrong score out of game. There we go. We're tied up at 3-3. And we're going to the ace match. And this morning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself representing Xeratus Esports. It is Cham. Does tie things up, does bring us all the way to the ace match. Again, Cham, he's been popping off in this matchup in this tournament, not just in this tournament, just in general here. Cham, he already beat Trigger once in this tournament in the group stage. He beat Astrea in the group stage as well, but those were shorter series. Those were best of threes. Now here in a best of 7, went all the way to the ace match here. We're going the distance back. Let's go. Made it. And coming into Incorporeal, I do favor Trigger. I was favoring Cham on smaller maps like Pylon, maps like Ley Lines, Ultra Love as well. And hey, we saw Cham pop off on those smaller maps. I was assuming that Cham was going to be more aggressive, but it was actually Trigger failing in his aggression on those smaller maps. Now welcome to Incorporeal. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool alongside Tokamak, alongside Maganatha. And on these larger maps, it is a little bit easier to turtle up and defend and get into Sky Toss. That is where Trigger is more favored over Cham, if he can get there. So this is where the dynamic changes quite a bit. This is where we're expecting standard play out of Trigger, and he has not been playing standard for quite some time. These last couple of games, Trigger has been a lot more aggressive and chaotic. But here we're expecting, Stargate opener into a third base, into +1 and blink, in towards splash damage, into a fourth base, into defensive play. The pressure is going to be on Cham to try to break his opponent. Now, I will say that rotations are a little bit easier here in Incorporeal, rotating between the third, the natural, and the fourth base as the aggressing player. So that's going to be available here to Cham. But again, a lot of these bases are on the high ground. There's a lot of elevated positions here, a lot of ramps, a lot of high ground. So Trigger, that's why this map is a little bit easier to defend on. This area here on the low ground is more open. That is true. This can be a little bit more difficult to turtle up and defend. But this is where the main army should be stationed when we're on 4 bases. Like, the main army should be stationed here, and this should be a full wall off here at the third. But we'll see if we can get there. So now it is going to be the Stargate out of Trigger. Cham does catch it for steps. No, barely shades away. Shades away on 1 HP. The 1 HP at depth. Aye, aye, aye. Be careful, man. But so far, clean defense here by Cham. He should deter the shade. There we go. Does deter. Pulls out of gas. Sugar does break in. Takes a lot of hits here on his Oracle. Does get a not quite a third drone. Yeah, not quite. Gets a lava at least and does pull out. Does pull away. This time it is a bit of a cleaner start out of Trigger. Typically in this series we've seen Trigger lose his first 2 depths. This time he does keep them both alive, so that means his third base is safe and sound. Likewise, Twilight counts on Forge, +1 on Blink on the horizon here for a Trigger. And there's a higher chance that Cham is going to be skipping out on his Roaches and going Ling Hydra. There's a higher chance of that happening. We'll see if he does embrace that. Likewise, the Astrea shade into the mineral line. Drones are going to be going down. Oof. Getting it to 5, getting it to 6. Yeah, 6 drone kills. Aye, aye, aye. 7 drones. Brutal damage. 7 drones do go down. Chammy's racing across the map. And he's had a bit of a rocky start here. It is going to be Lair first, so Lair into Eva Chamber. This looks like +1 range. It looks like, once again, Ling Hydra out of Cham. We've seen this quite a bit already this series, specifically in the first half. Yep, there it is. Hydragen's on the way. It's a +1 range. This is his go-to on larger maps. Oh, never mind. He does mix it up here. We have a hidden spire next to the Hydra Den. Oh, okay. But does right on the spire. We'll see if we can get away with it unscouted. This goes off. Oracle does pull away. And if this goes unscouted, we'll see what Cham can get done here. Trigger, he's got Blink, he has Storm, he's getting defensive cannons. Wait, what? Okay, Trigger is getting defensive cannons in his main base. You would never get this unless you believe that mutas are a possibility. I'm a little confused just because we haven't seen anything. We've seen extra gases, we've seen Hydras. With these extra gases, you can assume it's going to be higher tech in towards lurkers, but it's possible here that Trigger's like, yo, Cham, he does not rush into lurkers, so he's getting ready for mutas instead. The cannon is now done. Army's in position. And we'll see what Cham can achieve with these mutas, as there's plenty of site defense. Built up the Storm, built up the Templar. Lings move out on the right, and mutas towards the left. But at the same time, Trigger, he does poke out. Trigger does push to the center. Mutas, they do hit the main. Cham's being active, he gets spotted. He's keeping Trigger busy. The fourth base is vulnerable. Well, losing 2 probes. Losing 2, losing 3. I mean, so far, decent damage. Again, the natural base was exposed. Cham found that damage. Yeah, getting 11, getting up to 12. A very nice damage here by Cham. He will lose these mutas, though. They are going to be cornered. But the main army is amassing. You have lurkers morphing in. I believe these are lair tech lurkers. There is no hive. But Cham is maxed, and he's here to end the game. And he does catch the first immortal. Very nice start. Oh, he does end in the storms, though. Brutal storms. Now, on the one hand, Cham has a massive army. On the other hand, we just see Trigger. He has a much more efficient composition. Likewise, he has a lot of side defense here at his 4th and at the 3rd. So where's Cham headed? Rotates over towards the right-hand side. Trigger, he's out of position. Thankfully, does have an army ready. Lands 1 storm. And you can see this is why, like in the latest patch, it is a little bit easier to turtle up on 4 bases. That storm, especially on Incorporeal, where there are these narrow ramps, 1 storm is enough to deter. Like 1 storm is enough. And Cham, he has to tech up. Infestation Pit's on the way. Late Pit, late Hive, late tech for Cham. He was hoping he could end the game, but he cannot. And Trigger is getting away with Sky Toss. He's building up his Sky Toss. Cham does go in for this round. Oh. Does force some morph in. So it takes down 2 Eye Templar. You can see Trigger now taking that supply lead. Working to max out. 2nd Spire for Cham. And this is now just a rough position for Cham. It's just he's just being outscaled. He's falling further behind. It looks like Chammy's waiting for his Spire tech. There we go. Here come the Corruptors. So he's building up his Corruptor count. Trigger splits up his army. There's barely any creep. Oh, the ship has arrived. Can always recall. And Cham has to buy time for his army. He has to buy time for those Corruptors. For the Broodlords. Cham does something over the dive, gets 1. Okay, gets 1 of the Tempest, gets 1, gets 2. He's just gonna commit. Oh, and he will stand in the storms. He takes down 3 Tempests. Mates the army into lurkers. We get a decent trade here from Cham. Not bad. As he trades out 7 Corruptors. Abducts 2 more. Takes down 2 more Tempests. Very nice. That's 6 Tempests going down. And Trigger is not trading well here. Backs off. More Stargates. More Tempest production. Ideally, you do need a nice supportive army here of Archons and High Templar, but that's just not here for Trigger. So his army is just not quite there. It's not what it needs to be. Jeez, that's the 5 more Stargates? Okay. Getting up to 8 Stargates. It's a lot of production. You know what? Cham setting up for Nidus Worms. Yeah, this here's in between the bases. Double Nidus into the main. Nidus Worms are dealt with. Now, what I will say is that Trigger does have the superior economy. Trigger, he will be taking both center bases. I say both, sorry. Out of 4 center bases, he's taking 3 of them. Jesus. As it is very difficult for Zerg players to push up. And take those bases. As you have 16 Corruptors. Is enough anti-air. But what about the ground army here? Yeah, 5 Broodlords, not that many. Nidus does complete. We have Mass Lurker going for the counterattack. Trigger does respond. Same time, Trigger trying to push in. He will lose some of the Tempest. Lose 1. 1 Tempest picked up. The Mothership just going on its own. Let's go. Nidus finishing up in the main, but there's nothing in the Nidus Worm. There's nothing in the Nidus yet. Looks like you're trying to rotate here in the center. Yeah, they load up a little bit too late. Bold move here by Trigger, gets 1 Broodlord. Yeah, 1 Broodlord goes down to the blink. Lurkers, they still keep harassing. Overseer almost goes down. But still going for the double Nidus Storm, still being so annoying. Trigger responds. And once again, like, these are like nice harassing moves here from Cham. It's impressive, but Trigger, he still has his center bases. And that's all that matters. Recalls top right, cleans up all the lurkers. The main army of Cham pushes to the center. Ooh, Nidus does complete though. Mass Lurker into the main. And Trigger forced to react, and finally Trigger, he will lose the center base. Yeah, center base should go down. Trigger is heavily out of position. All thanks to the Nidus Worm. Again, this should not have happened. He recalls in. Yeah, a bit of a misstep there as well. Bit of miscontrol out of Trigger. So he does move in. And Cham is holding his zone, but again, it's the economy that's killing him at the end of the day. Like Cham, he has a very low drone count. His bases don't really have the best saturation available to them either. And even though Cham has had some nice moves, he can't really keep this up for too much longer. Cham can't afford it. Oh, speaking of. Yeah, as Cham will bleed out 2 more Broodlords, even 3. And 3 Broodlords go down. Ay, ay, ay. So they pull away behind the mineral land at the same time that Fungals are connecting. some decent feedbacks. Mass form on the Tempest, okay. Focus to connect. Storm on the Corruptors. Oh, as he does force his way through the storms and takes he stands on the storms. Oh my god. So many Corruptors go down. Not like this. And Cham, sure, he wins the fight at the cost of how many so far? Of 8 Corruptors. And Trigger can remax. Trigger still has a massive bank. He has 5k gas. It's crazy. That's all the gas he needs. How many Corruptors are left? 16. Okay. We remaxed. Remaxed with Corruptor. Trigger, he's making 4 Tempests and 4 carries at a time. Remember, he has 8 Stargates. So he's remaxing with his Sky Toss very quickly. Cham does catch one of the Tempests, does catch the carrier as well. Cham finally taking a fresh base. Going for the center expansion. He does need it desperately. He needs that hatchery. He pulls away. He has 5 Infestors, 3 Vipers. He has a decent amount of spellcasters. Like, he can take a fight, a very efficient fight as well, but he needs to. Like, there's a lot of pressure on him to just have the perfect engagement. Because he has no gas bank. Kongo does land. There's a bit of a follow-up here with the Vipers. Abducts 2 of the carriers. Yeah, Mass Storm of the Broodlords. Tempest to target them down. That's a lot of Broodlords falling. No storms. Okay. And no storms available. Archon Volley goes off. Gets one more shot off. That one Archon. The hero Archon. Yeah, so down to 5 Corruptors. Down to 5, down to 3. Down to 2. 2 Corruptors left. There's not enough anti-air. As you mentioned, the Sky Toss of Trigger reigns supreme, cleans up every single Corruptor. 1 Corruptor makes it out of the fight. And Tempest, they can just keep pushing. They just keep on pushing. As you mentioned, like, the anti-air was just not there for Cham, and unfortunately he has no bank. He has no bank. Cannot rebuild, he cannot remax. The Tempest, they just go ham. Cham, he finally gets the space up and running, but it's too late. It's too little too late, and likewise there's no gas. There's no gases here either. Which is the most important thing for Cham, is gas income. He just doesn't have anything. And Trigger is going in for the kill. He's going in for the kill. Again, this is the most crucial mining base for Cham. It's going to go down. But also, as we mentioned at the start of this game, it is very, very difficult on Incorporeal for the Zerg player to take the center bases. It is so difficult just because of the terrain. Just because, yeah, the terrain here on Incorporeal, Skytoss works so well, rotating back and forth between all 4 center expansions. So for Trigger, for Protoss to take these 4 center bases is a lot easier. So they had just a massive lead against Cham. I mean, to be up 4 bases against the Protoss, I mean, nice thing run by. Lings, they get in. And GG gets called. Trigger, he will overwhelm, he'll snowball out of control, and Trigger, he will claim the series 4-3, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, Trigger. He was able to stabilize, able to get up to a very high base count, a very stable economy, and embrace his SC2's. Even though I will say Cham had some better fights. Cham, he had some better fights, he had some better control when it came to his spellcasters, when it came to his corruptors. He had some very impressive engagements, but the reality is Cham could not expand. The reality is that Cham, he was stuck on 5 bases. He was stuck on 5 bases. He could not get a 6th. Meanwhile, Trigger was freely taking the center expansions. But again, this is more unique to Incorporeal. It's more unique to this map just because of all the high ground, all of the elevated positions in the center, and of course of the strength of SC2's, specifically on this map, rotating between those 4 center bases as well. So Cham, he just had a very hard time maintaining and building up any kind of bank. GG. Over time, he just burned through his bank, burned through his resources, and with that, Trigger, he will claim the series, and we have our 2 finalists. Exclamation mark B. Oh, sorry, we don't have a bracket command, but let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. It went the distance though, so shout out to Cham for going all the way to the ace match against Trigger. As I mentioned before, Cham did defeat Trigger in the group stage, and he also defeated Astrea in the group stage as well. Like Cham, he beat both finalists in this tournament, but in best of 3s. He beat them in best of 3s. Here in a best of 7 format, Trigger comes out on top. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into the grand finals. It is going to be a best of 9. Let's go. Best of 9 finals between Trigger and Astrea. Again, Trigger and Astrea, they're the top 2 players of the Americas region, so fitting to see them face off. Coming into this, it's going to be a very fun rematch. Of course, Trigger, he did kind of claim the mantle of best player in the Americas off of Astrea. There's a reason why Trigger, he was representing the Americas at the Esports World Cup at EWC. Astrea was able to get there through the Last Chance Global qualifier, but Trigger, he was able to be the representative of the region. So Trigger's kind of like risen through the ranks and gotten to that place. Likewise, Trigger is also in better form, as Astrea has been taking a lot of time off from the game post EWC. But despite that, as we saw, Astrea was looking very in form against SpeCial, against Juanito. Maybe did just need a day to kind of warm up, to get into form, and we'll see how he faces off against Trigger. Let's go. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, when we return, we'll have that best of 9 finals between Trigger and Astrea. We'll see you soon. We'll see you then. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. Those grand finales here of the SC2's Safe House number 2 playoffs. Here we go. It's been an intense broadcast already here, covering non-stop SS7s, but now we are done with the best of 7s. We are here instead with a best of 9. Oh boy. Let's go. Bye, let's go. This morning, in the right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the blue Protoss player with the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. Welcome one more, bienvenidos. Here we go. Here we have our top 2 players of the tournament, the top 2 players of the Americas region. They're facing off once again in the finals, but this time in a best of 9, and we'll see how they compare. We'll see how they face off. In my opinion here, Trigger is going to be coming in as the favorite player, as the most recent representative of the Americas region, and of course as the more active player, but there are other things to consider, of course. Trigger, he's going to be playing with Ping. Trigger is playing from Korea. He's also playing deep late into the night as well, so that's going to be a factor here. At the same time, PvP can also be very intense, as we do see Trigger Nexus first. No shot, straight up Nexus first at a Trigger. That is wild, by the way. And Astrea goes 2 gate, so 2 gate open out of Astrea. Trigger goes Nexus first. Now I'm hoping that Astrea does probe scouts. If he doesn't probe scout, if he did pro scout, he could react. He could scout this, react with a 1 base all in and kill Trigger. 100%. So we'll see if he does. Mind games are coming into play because I believe Astrea, he's actually poised to stop in the center. Is he gonna proxy? Is he gonna blind proxy 1 base? Let's see. No, he's rallied. Okay, never mind. He's rallied in. Okay, so he's gonna be rallied in. He's rallied in towards the main, and he will confirm the timing of the Nexus. But is it too late to react to the Robo? Opening up double adept. Yep, probe does scout. Probe sees the Nexus is almost done already. Hyper greed at a Trigger, and Astrea, we got to respond to this. Show us the pylon. There it is. Pylon's on the way. 1 base all in. So Astrea, he reacts with a 1 base all in. This is the correct thing to do. Astrea, he has to punish this build of Trigger. He needs to punish because this is illegal. Going Nexus first is illegal, papi. You cannot get away with this. Ay. So we're expecting a Robo. Otherwise, we can throw down 2 more gates. There it is. Robo's on the way. So it should be Robo into Immortal production. Now, of course, Trigger, he's aware he's going to be in danger. He has to be. So he's opening up Double Stalker. Double Stalker, Pylon into shield batteries, into defensive Robo. I wouldn't be opposed to a blind Robo at a Trigger, despite not scouting any all in, despite having limited vision. Trigger does shoot first. Get some volleys off. Meanwhile, backup Pylon on the way, gateway on the way as well, so it's going to be a 3 gate setup here from Astrea. Adepts are taking a lot of damage. And a Trigger, does he confirm? Oh no, he doesn't. Barely not. I mean, he should know by now. He should be aware, as Astrea does get on top of the first Stalker. Has damage, brings it down. Takes down the first Stalker, shades into the main base, stored up, second 1-shot probes, and that's going to be 1, 2, 3. Can we get up to 4? We can. 4 probes go down. Can we get 5? Wow, 5 probe kills. Not a bad start here by Astrea. The all-in has been confirmed, but Trigger, he did not get a Robo, and now he reacts with the shield batteries. Oh, this is late. Late reactions here at a Trigger. Late reactions, late response. Boys are being pulled. And Astrea, he should overwhelm. Yeah, nice target firing by Astrea. Nice target firing. Gets 2. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Again, it's only 1 shield battery. Trigger, he was cool with his pants down, but he should have known. Like, should have been aware. Oof. Takes down another Stalker, and another GG gets called. Astrea takes game number 1. GG. Astrea takes the lead in the series. Again, Astrea, he thankfully did scout. He responded, he reacted. Trigger, he went straight Nexus first. Nexus before first gateway. It was crazy. Illegal builds, and again, got punished for it. Got punished, should not work. And with that, Astrea takes the lead in the series. We're loading into game 2, loading into Torches. if Astrea had blindly gone for his own economic opener, then Trigger would have gone away with it, or if Astrea hadn't probe scattered either. So there were some situations where Trigger could have gone away with that build, but alas, thankfully, Astrea did open up 2 gate and thankfully did check across the map. And now we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches. We have the Canadian Protoss, we have the red Protoss for Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss. We have the blue Protoss himself, the American Protoss. It is Astrea. And welcome to Torches. Torches is one of the unique maps out there that does have a ramp coming into the natural. Because of this ramp, you can set up for a gate expand or gate cyber into Stargate into a faster expansion. It is more viable to go for these more greedy openers, these greedy, more tech-heavy openers even as well. So we expect both players to cut corners, except Astrea sets up on the high ground instead. Okay, bold move by Astrea. It is standard to set up on the low ground, so Astrea, he's going for his own gate, sorry, 2 gate opener. So 2 gate opener out of Astrea. As from here, Astrea, he can set up for a 1 base all in. Yep, throws down the pylon. Now you might say that, hey, this pylon is a little bit far. Oh, the spray, the spray out of Astrea. The pylon is a little bit far back. That is true, but we are on Torches, small map anyway, right? The map is small anyway, so even proxying on Astrea's side of the map can still reinforce across the map in time to commit to an all in. So we're leading towards a robo. We're waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is done, making 2 stalkers at a time, and show us what you got. As we need a little bit more gas. There it is. There's a robo. So proxy robo, 1 base all in out of Astrea. Now, technically, this is the same build 2 games in a row, but the situation is different. Last game, Trigger had a greedier build. This time, it is still an economic opener. Oh, he opens up Stargate. I mean, Trigger, he sees that a pylon is missing. He's checking for the proxy. And we'll see if Astrea can pull this off. Now, a way to hard counter this, imagine this opener by Trigger, except instead of a Stargate, it was a robo, right? Stargate play can still work, bearing in mind that one of the reasons why Trigger can get away with this build is because of the ramp. You have the high ground, right? So the ramp, you have the high ground, you have that advantage to you, that defensive advantage. So it is going to be more difficult for Astrea to break through. Shield battery is almost done. Stalker gets away, and the shield battery does barely complete the time. It does complete. Trigger holds. He holds. Probe does not get away. And Trigger, he checks, no expansion, he knows. Yeah, he now knows it's a 1 base all in. Opening up Oracle, this is a bold move. It's going to be Oracle into Void Rays. Void Rays is going to be a must here for Trigger to defend. The reason why you want to open up Oracle first, or why you can try to do this, is that the Oracle is going to be forcing defensive supplies, defensive warp-ins. So it means that Astrea is going to have to keep some supply back at home to defend. He's going to have to waste a warp-in at home. So here comes that Void Ray. Oracle gets into the main. Shields are triggered. Astrea, he might just have too much. The boys are being pulled. The Void Ray is still in production. The Immortal does take some hull damage at the same time the Oracle's popping up. Probes are going down. Oof. A nice control here by Astrea. He saves the Immortal. He has enough. Yeah, Astrea, he has enough. He breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line. The Immortal barely survived. And the Void Ray should not be enough. Wait, what? Only one? Sorry, that's only 2 shield barriers in my brain. I don't know why, but I thought there were more shield barriers on the left-hand side. Despite that, the Void Ray does actually defend. Okay. The Void Ray holds on. Astrea back here across the map. His economy was crippled. He lost 7? 10. Wow, 10 probes went down. And Trigger, he's holding. He's holding on. He's got his Void Ray. He has the high ground. Does have that high ground. I say that the Void Ray takes a lot of hits, barely gets away. We need more shield batteries. He needs more, Pat. Second Void Ray still in production. Shield batteries are just now finishing up. Whew, just in time. Meanwhile, there's Prismatic Alignment. Does align, takes down the Immortal, takes down the Stalkers, and Trigger he holds. Wow, he does hold on. He cleans this up. GG gets called, and Trigger ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG well played again. It was a bold move for Trigger to move out across map with the Oracle, to go Oracle first. In the end, it was worth it. He crippled the economy, got 10 probe kills, and he barely defended with that first Void Ray. It was very close, very clutch. Astrea, he was in the base, he was in the natural, he was getting on top of the production, but he barely did not have enough to break that Void Ray, and in the end, Trigger, he barely held. But again, a reason for that is the map itself. We spoke about it, but these greedier builds are more viable on torches because of the ramp, and the ramp was also a big factor in that defense. GG. GG well played. And with that, we're now getting into our next game. Getting into game number 3, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the blue Protoss player, the American Protoss being forced into the ace match. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss for Basilisk. It is a Trigger. Here we go. Whew. Here we go, as we're settling into game number 3. Welcome to Pylon. Here on Pylon, no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the natural, and likewise, short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on Pylon, so we expect to see some safe openers for the first time this series. We expect to see 2-gate versus 2-gate. That is the expectation, at least, for Pylon. Players are opening up. Technically, we could proxy again. Technically. As there we go, double gateway opening here by Trigger, double gateway out of Astrea as well. Here we go. Likewise, Astrea, he's one of the few Protoss players that regularly does open up in such a manner where his gateways are actually not ramping and not, they're not at the ramp, they're not walling off at the entrance to the main. Consistently he does do this. Instead, he has SimCity further back. There's some pros, there's some cons. The downside is that your ramp is open to Adept Harass, so it does mean you're more vulnerable to Adept Aggression, as it takes longer to wall up and wall off. The plus side is that this is more efficient because it takes less time for your probe to throw down the building and then go back to mining. So technically this is more efficient. Likewise, your production is safe if your opponent goes for a one base all in, right? Otherwise your production would be vulnerable here at the ramp, specifically against an all-in player. So there's some pros and some cons. In general, it is safer to go for the wall off at the ramp. Ooh, as Astrea does go for the Stargate before expanding. Okay, so Stargate open out of Astrea, Trigger going Nexus first. I say it's 2-gate into Nexus. So faster economy or greater economy here for Trigger, meanwhile a greater tech for Astrea. Basically the onus is going to be on Astrea to get some damage done with said Stargate with the Oracle. So pressure's on Astrea. Astrea will have the later expansion, but he's going to make up for that with Oracle Harass. As the episode moving in. So far, nice wall off. As you mentioned, again, thanks to the SimCity, of course, it is easier to wall up and to wall off against Adepts. Astrea doesn't get in. Hallucination does confirm the Stargate, does confirm the Oracle. Trigger is fully aware. Oh, nice force field. Sorry, I should say nice wall off. Takes down the Adept, debates him in. The Adept does fall. No losses. Trigger cleans up the adepts. It's 2 more. So far, Trigger is keeping up. Keeping up the aggression, does zone away. These oracles, they have not actually paid for themselves, by the way. They've not gotten enough damage. Spoke too soon, gets into the main. 2 probe kills, gets something, 3 probe kills in total, and from here we're just building up. We're building up. Blink is in production. We have the faster forge for Trigger, so Trigger, he'll have the greater Stalker army. Likewise, we spoke about it, but these oracles, they didn't pay for themselves, and Trigger, he still has a worker lead. So Trigger, he's ahead economically, he's ahead tech-wise. Trigger, he does have the slight edge coming into the mid-game here in PvP against Astrea. Now, what does Astrea have? Astrea, he does have an earlier blink timing. He's got 3 gateways. He might even throw down another gate as well. And then, never mind, gets a 3rd. So we're getting into mid-game, 3rd base for Astrea, 3rd base for Trigger as well. Not too far behind. So both players are expanding. As Astrea is breaking in. Astrea, he does actually have... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he has a higher Stalker count, but no, never mind. Trigger, he does keep up. Does run away. +1 is going to be the first to kick in for Trigger. So there's going to be a window in time where Trigger has the upgrade lead. We'll see if we can make use of it. I'm a little bit surprised though. Trigger, he's not actually researching Charge. Charge is already done here for Astrea, but Trigger has not begun. So Trigger, he might go for just a pure Blink Stalker composition, as Astrea is refining his army. +2 is on the way. Trigger is committing. We should be seeing extra gateways soon. That was meant to be hallucinated Phoenix. It's fine. Yeah, check saturation. He even scares Astrea. Let's go. Terrifying. Oh! Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. There's the gateway explosion. Immortal as well. Now, as we get into a longer game, I do favor Astrea's composition if he's able to get into Charge or Archon. Otherwise, Trigger is skipping all of that tech and he's trying to rush into Disruptors. Bold move. Bold move out of Trigger. So rushing Disruptor. Technically, Trigger, he can have a bigger power spike with Disruptors, but I believe Astrea should be able to hit his stride first. We'll see. We'll see if Astrea can get there. As the bay is almost done. Disruptor's going to be on the way. So this is quite greedy tech-wise for Trigger, but Astrea, he never got into his Archon production. It's going into more gateways. He's, yeah, not really incorporating many Zealots. Wait, what? Colossus. Skillus, is that you? Colossus, they are an alternative kind kind of unit that you can make use of in the mid game. They're not as good as disruptors, unfortunately. They're not as good, but I mean, they still have their own strength. They still have their own place. They're okay against charge lots. They're okay. They're okay against gateway units. Basically, Colossus, they fall off when your opponent gets disruptors. But if Astrea never really attacks in that direction, then the Colossus, they can still have their way with Astrea's army. Here we go, about to be revealed. Army does move in. So far, no major connections here from Trigger. No major swipes. More Colossus on the way. Astrea going for the dive, does get the Colossus. Not bad. And Colossus goes down, but a second does arrive to take its place. And punishes Astrea. Trigger does take the better fight. Takes off a lot of stalkers. At the same time, Astrea gets into the mineral line, gets a couple of probes. Nothing major, but 4 probes do go down. Astrea's forced back, and behind this going for his own bay. And again, this should be disruptors for Astrea. I'm a little bit concerned that Trigger is being left behind here. To make use of this army soon. Stalkers link in. So far is keeping up, but once again he'll lose another part of his mineral line. That's another 7 probes going down. And here come the disruptors for Astrea. We spoke about it earlier, but Colossus, they're good up until disruptors arrive. Send it. Both armies are maxing out. Again, it's been relatively, I mean, we've been poking and prodding, but no major engages yet. No big committed fights. But Astrea, he has his disruptors. And we'll see how well he connects. GT blinks in. He does go for the blink. First Nova is a little bit premature. Does catch 1 stalker. As Astrea does pull away. Once again, mainly zones. Mainly zones back. Trigger, he's holding his own. He punishes. Yeah, he gets 1. Gets 1 disruptor. Astrea, he needs more. Leaves up a lot of his army. His second disruptor goes down. Oh. Ooh, that's a little bit too soon. There he goes off. Nova's disruptors have a lot of potential, but it all comes down to the unit control. All comes down to those Novas. We cannot waste them. Nova goes up. Decent zoning. It does graze the army. Let's graze. Shots have to pull back. Another Nova has arrived. Another 2. Ooh, nice blink. Yeah, nice blink by Astrea. Sorry, by Trigger. Gets 1. Gets 1 disruptor. Another Nova goes off. Brutal connection. Astrea does take the fight. Zones away Trigger. We're building up even more disruptions. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for those juicy connections. That's what Astrea needs. There's a little bit less finesse to Trigger's army. away. Oof, brutal connection. No! Yeah, the connections are brutal. Shuts down the Stalkers. Zelda coming from behind, and Astrea, he should snowball at control. He should snowball, denies the warp in, gets it up the Colossus. And we spoke about it, but Trigger, this army composition here, it did have, actually, it didn't really have much longevity. At the same time, massive Zealot counterattacks. Takes down mineral lands, takes down bases, but the main army fight did go heavily in favor of Astrea. Astrea, he reset the main army of Trigger. Finding another Colossus. Blinks in, does one shot. There's a zone Trigger away. So 2 Novas left. Down to 1. 1 Nova remaining. Astrea, he has to get out of here. He has to pull away. He's overstaying his welcome. Yeah, please not one of those disruptors. Basically, he still has too much. Yeah, he still has too much anyway. Should still break through. Once again, blinks in. Bit of miscontrol. It did a miss target. I guess he gets a Colossus in the end. Oof. And blinks in. Does give chase once again. A bit of miss target firing. Astrea, calm down. But he has enough. He has enough. Again, he just outscales Trigger. Trigger was stuck on Colossus. Never really hit that timing. Oh. Nice blink there by Astrea. And GG. GG gets called. Astrea, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew. Astrea, he will take down Trigger here on Pylon. GG. Again, it was a bold move for Trigger to rush into Colossus when he did. If you remember at the time, I was a little bit surprised. I was like, oh no, yeah, okay, we're rushing Disruptor, let's go. But he went Colossus instead. And Colossus, they do have a bit of a power spike in the game, but it's a very small power spike. In the sense that the window in time where they get outscaled, I mean, as we mentioned at the time, once Disruptors hit the field, like they have the superior composition. Astrea, he got there. Astrea, he got there, and Trigger, who was just stuck on those Colossus. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're loading into Tokamak for game number 4. Let's go. And let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. Down in the series, it is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Astrea. Go. As Astrea does take a lead in the series, but again, it's a best of 9. No, plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty more to come. First to 5 wins, man. Let's go. Let's go. Ah. So we're getting into Tokamak. Tokamak is a very large map of the map pool. Because it's so large, we often do see proxies. We see a lot of proxies, a lot of all-ins on this map. Otherwise, there's the threat of a longer macro game. PvP can be quite slow. It doesn't happen a lot between the Korean Protosses. That's why I love watching Korean PvP. It's one of my favorite matchups to cast. Is seeing Hero, Classic, and Zaun just ape into each other, like game after game after game. But other regions are a little bit slower in PvP. Specifically, notoriously, the European region. European PvP is a lot slower, a lot more tame, where you slowly get up to 3 and then 4 base saturation, and then you get into towards a mid to late game scenario with a mass gateway composition into Blink Stalker, Charge, Archon, Immortal. That is seen very often amongst the European kind of meta, European region. We'll see if this is the case for Trigger and Astrea as well. We kind of got that a little bit, but even then, last game was more peculiar, was more unique. If we were to slow things down and get a 3rd, get a 4th base, build up, and max out, it would be Tokamak. So now it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Astrea. So Stargate before expanded, just like last game. Meanwhile, Trigger opening up back at home, no proxy. Looks like Trigger, he will hide his second pylon behind the mineral line, question mark. Oh, and sorry, he hides it here further back in the main. Checking Astrea's vision, he fails to scout the pylon, so, Astrea, he believes there might be a very real proxy. Okay, some mind games. A little bit of mind games coming into play. It is going to be Phoenix first out of Astrea. Open Phoenix first. Ooh, he scouts, he confirms. Stray does get eyes on the Nexus. He now knows no proxy. Yeah, no proxy, no one base all in. And we'll see what Astrea can get done with these Phoenixes. They are scouted. Astrea stuck with a later expansion. So late Nexus here out of Astrea. Trigger meanwhile building up. Set up, does run away. And we are just slowing things down here. Now, when it comes to Astrea's opener, going into all these Phoenixes, it can be a little bit hit and miss here. It is a pretty big investment to go into all these Phoenixes. It's going Phoenix into Immortal production. As a result, Astrea shouldn't really have much map control. Yes, he's being active with these Phoenixes, that is true, and he can threaten mineral lines, but he doesn't really have the flexibility of Massing Stalker. So no Twilight Council, no Blink out of Astrea. That's why he needs those Immortals to make up for that. So he has to go for a very Immortal heavy composition, and behind this he can turn this into an all-in or try to build up into a longer game. But yeah, a bit of a more awkward position here for Astrea. Trigger just chilling, getting a third. The third base up and running. Phoenixes, they can't really threaten a base like that. They can harass, yes, but they can't really threaten bases. We have our third gateway on the way. Forger +1. Trigger fixated on Massing Stalker. And Astrea from here can go into Glaives. Now, if we see Glaives out of this Twilight Council, then this would be indicative of a Glaive Adept Immortal all-in. Otherwise, we could go into Charge from here. What's it going to be? There it is, it's going to be Charge, okay. So Charge tells us that Astrea should be expanding. He most likely, he goes for a Gateway Explosion, okay. I'm used to seeing 2-base all-ins with Adepts, so that's why I'm feeling that Astrea should be expanding here. Probe moves in position, and we'll get Nexus. Now the reason why Astrea needs to go into Charge is because he's skipping Blink. He's skipping Blink entirely, and now he's going to Charge into Archon production with Immortals. Meanwhile, Trigger is still committing to Massing Stalker. No other tech. And can he force a cancel? And Trigger moves in. 2 more volleys. Will force a cancel. Nicely done. He does force that cancellation. Will be recalling back home. Phoenix, they get a couple of probe kills, but this is a better start for Trigger. Much better start. Denies the base, delays the economy. As there's a recall back home. Trigger, we'll see if we can do it again. This time he has mass force field, so we can lock down the immortals. Oh. Charge will be done in time. Trigger, he wants his force fields. He wants his immortals. Ah, zones. Yeah, he just zones away. Just walls up. From here, he can just chip away at the base. And the Nexus will go down. There's another wall. Another wall. Ay, ay, ay. Phoenixes that are being thrown away. Yeah, big overextension from Astrea, who will throw away all 4 Phoenixes for what? And likewise, does blink over, takes down the Immortal. And overall, better trades for Trigger. At least Astrea cleans up all the sentries. At least it does catch the sentries, but Trigger is getting further ahead. He's getting further ahead at this point. He's fully saturated. Astrea just still can't get his third. Trigger's looking for another way in. Another way. And here comes the rest of the army. Jesus. Trigger, he achieved all of this with purely stalkers, and now here come the charge loads, the immortals. Here comes the actual army. Ay, ay, ay. And Astrea should not be able to stop this. He should not be able to stop this main army of Trigger. It's just a little bit too much. Astrea is throwing down a wall of shield batteries. I mean, the Archons will help. The Archons, they do quite well against Mass Zealot. But it's more than just Zealot, it's a problem. War Prism gets across the map, let's go. Yeah, the cannon's buying time. Ooh, recall's back home. Uh-oh. That's a big reaction here. Trigger recalls back, he will clean this up. At the same time, Trigger pulls back with his main army, but they'll take it into the base. Take it into the natural. Probes are going down. Nice damage here by Trigger. Despite the recall, he will deal a lot of damage, and he cripples Astrea. I mean, Astrea, he was already crippled, even more so now. Brutal damage. Trigger's moving in. The War Prism, I believe, is still across. Ah, back home. The Prism is back home. So Astrea, he cannot backstab. And Trigger moves in. Okay, he moves in towards the third base. He goes in for the kill. He's up 40 supply. It's not it's not pretty. It doesn't feel good like moving into Archons like this, but I mean we can just go for it. Trigger, I believe. I believe. This Trigger, he's maxed out. Max takes down the rocks. There are no force fields, at least not for Astrea. And they'll take it in once again. They get into the middle line once again, just pulling Astrea apart. We'll bring in more cells behind this, reinforcing. Prism is exposed. Prism does go down. Yeah, Trigger has to pull back, but at the same time he breaks the third. So he breaks the natural base, now going for the third. At least trying to. Astrea is all in. It's all or nothing for Astrea. Trigger turns around. Gets ready for the flank. Boys are on hold position. Okay. And now being moved in. Jeez, that's a lot of probes going down. But Trigger, he should have enough here. He does get the Archons, getting into the Immortals as well. Yeah, and Trigger overwhelms. He blinks on forward, takes down the Prism. No micro. There's no control. GG gets called, and Trigger, he ties things up 2-2. We have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. GG. Whew. Again, Astrea, it was just a really shaky setup that he had, opening up Stargate, going Phoenixes. I'll be honest, the Phoenixes, they never really pay for themselves, and we saw that Trigger took full advantage of the fact that he had the more mobile army, as he was able to deny the third base twice. He denied it twice, and Astrea, he just fell behind from there. He just could not expand, could not maintain an economy, and being denied the third base twice meant that he just fell behind. He stayed behind as well. From there, Trigger did snowball out control. GG. GG, well played. That leads us into game number 5. We're going to be loading into Maganatha. We'll see who takes the lead in the series. Bearing in mind this is the best of 9, so plenty more games ahead of us. First to 5. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Protoss from the Americas. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Basilisk. It is a Trigger. Here we go. Welcome one all to Maganatha. Maganatha being the largest map in the map pool. Because it's so large, there's another higher chance that we end up in a longer game state here. I guess similar to last game. I say similar because the reality is that Astrea did not stabilize. He never was able to stabilize in that last game. It was an uphill battle from almost the beginning for Astrea. We'll see if he can settle into Maganatha instead. Into a third, into a fourth base. Now, because Maganatha is so large, I would typically say, oh, there's a high chance of us proxying. Like, there's a very high chance of, like, proxy and robo, one base all-ins. I would say that if other players were involved, but between Trigger and Astrea, I feel like there's just a higher chance we end up in, like, a more standard mid-game. Oh, no, let's go! Let's, thank God. Send it, Trigger, send it. Did you see what I saw? Trigger, he is going for a proxy robo. Proxy robo, bam, you can see the rally here for the probe. Trigger, he commits across the map. So one base all in at a Trigger. Again, this is a little more common on this map, which is why we brought it up earlier. I was a bit concerned that Trigger and Astrea's tendencies would veer from this, but no, that is not the case. So Trigger is going for the one base all in, and Astrea back at home is going for a Gate Cyber Expand. Wow. This is bold. This is a very bold build from Astrea. He should be dead. He should just be dead here. Now, we can see Astrea scouting for proxies. He does scout the linear third, then triangular third, then outside the third base. Oh, he realized. Oh, he does re-rally. Never mind. He will scout the proxy. So Astrea, he'll at least know what's coming his way. Now, the problem with Astrea here is that, sure, he scouts, he sees what's coming. Astrea went for a very greedy build. He went for a single gate opener into Cybercore, into Nexus, which means there's a delayed second gateway and, of course, delayed tech as well. So this is a very greedy build out of Astrea, and this should be countered by Trigger's one base all in. Now, Astrea at least scouts what's coming his way, and Astrea is going to have to try to defend his low ground, but like, technically it shouldn't work. Like, there's a lot working against Astrea here. It's going to be a difficult hold for the blue Protoss. But again, at least he scouted, right? If he didn't scout, like, that'd be disastrous. That'd be the worst case scenario, and the game should just end. At least knowing what's coming his way, he can prepare. So he's got 2 more gates. He's going to have a 3-gate setup. Shield battery in the main base as well. Shield battery at the natural. All correct moves. Force Fields, they lock down the adepts. Very nice. But better positioning from Trigger. He takes down the first sentry. Wow, takes down the sentry. Both adepts do survive. Ooh, that's way too soon. One adept does fall. But again, at least you got the sentry. Now Force Fields can lock him in. Has to be careful. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Locks down the Immortal. And Trigger, can he save the Immortal? Can he save? No, he cannot. Yeah, he cannot. Very nice force fields. First Immortal goes down. Now, that might just be game, by the way. That should not have happened. For one Immortal to go down this early on, that is a massive loss for Trigger. As Trigger, he pushed before the Prism. He made that choice. Even though he saw the sentry count. So that was a big win for Astrea. A little bit more than he can hold. As these shield barriers are a little bit late. Stalker's going to be going down. Oh, one Stalker falls, but a miscontrol there by Trigger. Does have some miscontrol. Shield barriers are finishing up. Trigger is trying to find a way in. Once again, nice force field, zoning back the army. This time the Immortal should not go down. There's no excuses this time. Ooh. Nice warp as a micro. But alas, he will lose one Stalker. And 2 Stalkers go down. Prism is exposed. Oh no, Prism goes down. No warp in either, and no shot. Astrea, he's holding. Wow, Astrea, he shuts down. He kills the second Immortal and the Warp Prism. And Astrea, he gets away with his build. Remember, he has a natural, he has a better economy, and he will maintain a better economy. And now, what does Trigger have left? He has nothing. He has vanilla Stalkers. His vanilla Stalkers. The Immortal just now began. It's being chronoed. No shot. Yeah, again, some just big missteps out of Trigger during this all in. This Trigger's being forced further and further back. Okay, the Immortal has arrived. Astrea does a Rixen. Rixens trades 1-to-1. Who will lose the sentry as well. Astrea's going to be careful. Astrea, he's ahead. He does have a lead, but he has to be careful not to lose that lead. Still has to respect the army of Trigger. Still has to respect it. Trigger's going for the warp in. It's reinforcing. If he can engage like half the army at a time, that'd be ideal. Ooh, Prism makes a lot of hits. As Astrea, he pulls the army all the way to the side here. Now he has the high ground, he has more warp-ins. The Prism! Oh, Prism goes... Once again, the Prism goes down. Oh, God. Ay, ay, ay. And again, Astrea, he should have this. Should have this. Comes in from behind, denies the warp in. Gets 2 kills. Both players microing their hearts out. Army comes in from behind. Catches another. That's a 3rd Prism going down. 3rd Warp Prism falls. Depowers the Robo, and now Astrea should be racing back home. There's the recall. Boys are being pulled. Nice force field on the ramp. A nice force field, but the Stalkers are still within range. They're within range of the Immortal. The Immortal will go down, and that's all the firepower here for Trigger. Astrea bleeds out a lot of pros, but hey, it's still a comparable worker count to Trigger. That's it. That's the army. Is the army being cleaned up? Let him shades in. No shot Trigger attempts to expand, right? Like, let's go. Trigger, he will attempt to expand. Trigger at quite a deficit. The probe count is pretty close, that is true, but Astrea has more efficient mining. still has a higher probe count. Now we're taking up towards Blink. Twilight Council's on the way. And Astrea does not have to force the issue here. He does not have to push into the natural. There's no need. Dives in, gets one. Trades with the Stalkers here and will bleed out a couple of extra Stalkers himself. So Astrea has to be careful. Yeah, it does pull away. And Astrea, he should just wait for his economy to kick in. He can just focus on his economy, get a faster third base, wait for Blink, get Forge, get +1, get immortal production of his own. Aye, aye, aye. Now, there are ways for Trigger to recover in this game, and in the series. Like, there are ways with DTs, for example, or with Adept Harass. If Astrea gets caught out of position, if he has an exposed mineral line, that there are ways to recover. But for the most part, there's a lot of onus, there's a lot of pressure on Trigger to make that happen, as he's behind. He's quite far behind, actually. He's behind in economy, behind in bases, behind in tech, behind in army supply. Like that's the problem here about mirror matchups, is that when you fall behind, it is quite difficult just because you have the same tools as your opponent. So more or less, Trigger, he's relying on Astrea to make mistakes. He's relying on mistakes to be made. Okay, Astrea diving into the main. Only partially. Sin gets a couple of probes, recalls back home. As Trigger's going for a 2-base all-in. Makes sense. So 2-base all-in out of Trigger. We spoke about making mistakes earlier. If Astrea is too greedy, he does fully saturate his third, for example. Like, that's a lot of resources invested into probes. If Astrea is too greedy, then Trigger could take a supply lead. As Trigger, he has a comparable army size. Nice force fields. No blink. No. Yeah, no blink Stalkers. Gets 1, 2, gets 3 Stalkers. 1 Stalker gets saved. As Blink was barely not done in time. Much better engage here for Astrea. Catching at the army. Pulls away. Oof. Catching at the sentries and the Trigger. Yeah, before he could really embrace his 2-base all-in, it's not going to pan out. Boys are being pulled. Astrea getting desperate. Oh, we just pulled. There, we just okay. Okay, we're pulling back. I was like, do we just pull the boys and fight? I mean, regardless, GG gets called. Astrea, he will take a lead in the series, 3-2. GG. Whew, yeah. Winding it back, Astrea went for a very greedy build. He went for a very greedy build here against Trigger, and it should have been punished. Like, I was really enjoying Trigger's position early on. He went for a proxy robo 1-base all-in. Astrea went for a gate cyber expand, very greedy build. But if you recall, it all came down to the first fight. What was the first fight? It was when Trigger pushed with his first immortal and he got force fielded. He got locked in and he lost the first immortal. As he was all in, he lost the very first robo power unit, and that was almost game then and there. Like, that kind of set the tone. That gave momentum to Astrea. That I should say, that took a lot of momentum away from Trigger. So his all-in did kind of stumble out the gates, did struggle, and just everything went wrong there for a Trigger. Losing the Immortal, losing the War Prism thereafter, losing the second Immortal as well. As it was brutal. Eventually lost 3 War Prisms during the attempted all-in, and GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. Astrea has a lead in the series, and now we're loading into game 7. Going to be loading into ley lines. We go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. Spawning in the right-hand corner here, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. Go. We're leading into game 6, I should say. Go. So we are going to be opening up. Whew. And we gotta calm down, but we gotta calm down. As the players did pop off on Magnatha earlier, which we did say was a possibility coming into that map, but now we're going to be calming things down. We're going to be getting into ley lines, one of the more standard maps in the map pool. One of the more standard maps instead. Oh, hello, Trigger. Wait, are we both going to? Let's go. As Trigger sets up her proxies towards the south side, and Astrea does the same thing. Beautiful, my beautiful. So proxies are being set up. Astrea, his position here is closer, so this is primed for a proxy robo 1 base all in. Trigger's is further away. This could be a Stargate. We'll see. Stargate or robo, what do you have for us? Cybercore's almost done. There's that robo at Astrea, no surprise there. Robo at a Trigger. So proxy robo versus proxy robo, 1 base all-ins, mirrored builds. How does this turn out? Let's go. Let us go. As again, we are mirroring each other. Do love to see it. As we do see Astrea probe scouting. So Astrea, he does go in. He does get eyes on the pylon here. The 3rd pylon. Astrea's own 3rd pylon in the main base as well. He does notice. It does take notice. Trigger, he does scout. He does find the proxy. Very nicely done here by Trigger. At the same time, so does Astrea. Oh, wow. Mirrored builds and... Oh, no! Okay, yeah, they do scout each other. Now the problem here is that Astrea scouts with his Stalker, so he's already on the pylon a little bit faster. At the same time though, Trigger, he does get on top of the pylon as well. It was a double Stalker opener at a Trigger, as it was for Astrea as well, which is a little bit more out of position. So do we just deny the proxies and do we get into a normal game from there? Is that what's about to happen? Both robos get depowered. Both proxies are denied, and do we just expand? Like, do we just back off, set up on 1 base, and then get into a normal game? No shot. No shot. Yeah, Astrea's expanding. Let's go. It makes sense. Like, so Astrea's been deflected, has been denied, so Astrea expands. Trigger, in the meanwhile, he is committing to 1 base all in. Okay, so he goes for a robo at home, a gateway at home. 1 base all in, it continues for Astrea, but delayed. Meanwhile, sorry, for Trigger, but delayed. Meanwhile, Astrea is expanding. And Trigger, he scout. Ooh, he does not scout the expansion. Trigger is not fully aware. Trigger does give chase. War Prism's on the way to reinforce across the map. Astrea, he's here to try to force field and lock down some of these stalkers. Waiting on the ramp. Ooh, he gets one. Okay, he does get one. One stalker. Oh, he gets two, actually. Very nice moves out of Astrea. Very clean micro. Takes down two stalkers. Likewise, adepts. No, they get locked in as well. Oh my god. Astrea, he's all over Trigger. He's all over it. Kills one of the adepts. Trigger losing a lot here early on. Bearing in mind he's one base all in, like every unit counts that much more for him. Astrea is building up his immortals, checking his vision. Astrea, he is confirming with his hallucination. It's going to confirm the one base all in. Trigger gets into the main. Astrea is out of position. Okay. Drops into the main base. Astrea, he responds. Oh my god. Prism does take some hull damage. Yeah, a bit of hull damage on the Prism. Trigger, be careful. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. Threatens a shade into the main. Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Astrea. Astrea, he's up in workers, he's up in economy. That's a lot of adepts. Doesn't make it in. Trigger commits. He tries. The Prism is so very. Oh no, Trigger, you're playing with fire. Oh my god. Calm down, Trigger. The Prism is so low. The Immortal was inside as well. Rotates to the low ground. Shade is denied. No shot. Trigger expands. Oof. It's a rough decision to be made here by Trigger, but he is expanding. He's setting up for one at least. The probe moves down to the low ground. Trigger, he tries to get it in. Brutal force fields, they zone him away. Oh no, he commits to the shade. No, throws away the adepts. Another round of force fields. And Astrea takes a very comfortable fight. GG gets called. Astrea, he extends his lead of 4-2. GG. A crazy game. GG will play crazy game here. As both players, they mirrored each other. They did mirror each other. They mirrored each other kind of with their initial proxy robo. They both scattered each other as well. They shut each other down. Astrea made the choice to expand. Trigger made the choice to commit into a follow-up one base all-in, but a delayed all-in. It was a delayed one base all-in because he had to rebuild the robo and rebuild all of his production or rebuild his setup. So it was more delayed. Astrea had the advantage, and likewise, Astrea had some very nice pickoffs early on. Killed two stalkers, killed an adept as well. Astrea just had a bit of a cleaner start getting into that, and now we're getting into our next game. We're loading into Last Fantasy. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself, leading the series quite heavily actually. One game away from claiming the series, it is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss. We have the red Protoss. So Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And welcome one more to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy is one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. It is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, or top side as well. So 3 possible spawn locations. Rush distance by ground is relatively short, and we'll see how our players do adjust here. Does anyone cut corners? Is anyone greedy enough to expand? Two gate opener out of Trigger, 2 gate opener out of Astrea. Here we go. So we have our initial 2 gate openers. We can see Astrea scouting topside, and meanwhile Trigger does scout toward... Oh, he's setting up a proxy. Okay. Sets up here in between the bases. A cheeky move. So Trigger doesn't know where Astrea is, but he's proxying in between the left and right hand expansions. Trigger does set up. Again, bold move. This would not be a bad location for a Robo. Goes for the Stargate. So proxy Stargate out of Trigger. That is a little bit less than ideal considering its position. Trigger is going to scout at the top base. Meanwhile, Astrea goes into the natural. Goes for a Stargate opener himself. Okay. Stargate versus Stargate. Of course, Trigger, he will hit first. Trigger, he confirms the location of Astrea. As the depths are moving out. Astrea, he failed to scout the main. So he hasn't counted pylons. He doesn't know if there's a proxy, if there isn't. He doesn't know what's going on. Depths have arrived. Sage right in the shade. Trigger moves in. Moves into the main, only one sword to defend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, look at this, getting out of hand. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. Critical damage here. 9. Not quite 10. A bit of miscontrol towards the end, but 9 probes go down. Brutal damage. And Astrea is crippled. Straight up, his economy is crippled. Trigger, he has his own defensive Phoenix. Now moving out. Could be zoned away. It's going to be zoned back. Going to be zoned back, and Trigger will be expanding solo Astrea. So both players will expand. Trigger is in a better position. His production is a little bit more awkward though, trying to make more Phoenixes. So we'll lose one. One Phoenix goes down. But Trigger, he still has the greater ground army. Has to be careful with his movement. Does find a Phoenix. Not bad. Oof. Trades 1-to-1. Trigger, I'm sure, went a little bit better than that. Regardless, still moving out. And looking at the defensive position here for Astrea, he's got 5 Stalkers, no shield battery, no sentry, no force field. Trigger might just be able to break him here and now. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the kill. Phoenix is out of position. Does move in, gets 1, gets 2 Stalkers. There's 4 Stalkers left for Astrea. Down to 4, down to 3, down to 2. Yeah, down to 2 Stalkers, and he's going to lose everything. GG gets called, and Trigger, he does fight back. He breaks the natural. Bit of an awkward early game here, but Trigger, he does redeem himself. GG. GG, well played. He does put another point on the board. Whew, again, a bit of an awkward start. Astrea going for a Stargate Phoenix himself. The Phoenixes that did not pay for themselves are out of position. Likewise, he got caught in the center of the map as well. So Astrea, he bled out too many units. Not just that, of course, but it was a better start for Trigger because of the 9 probe kills. 9 probes at the start of the game is critical damage, and Astrea could not quite recover from there. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. Whew, with that, we're getting into game number 8 here. We're going to be loading into Persephone. Astrea is still 1 game away from claiming it. Trigger needs uno más, 1 more to tie things up and to force the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Canadian Protoss. The Canadian Protoss, we have the Red Protoss Player himself representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. It is Astrea. Leading the series 4-3. Again, Astrea needs one more game to claim it. These past two games have been very aggressive, very chaotic. Trigger, of course, popping over the proxy Stargate. Both players did go proxy Robo on ley lines. Here, do we proxy again? Or do we calm things down and end up in a standard game? Oh boy. From here, we are opening up. Trigger does go for a 2-gate opener, so does Astrea, and there's no probe on the map. So despite the hyper-aggressive games that we've been getting so far, these past two games, no proxy. No proxy by Trigger, likewise, no proxy out of Astrea either. So we are building up. Astrea moves out with his own probe scouts. And do we go for tech first, or do we go for the faster expansion? We have the answer, Stargate. So Stargate opener out of Trigger. Meanwhile, Astrea back at home, going for the faster base. So we do adjust. Yeah, Astrea setting up the low ground. Oh, goes for a Stargate himself, but a later Stargate. Stargate after the pylon. Okay. Interesting. With both players going for Stargates, if Trigger does make the Phoenix first, then he can just take a lead from here and just snowball out of control. We'll see how we open up. Astrea, he's scouting for proxies. Again, Astrea did not check the main. He does not know what's happening. Neither did Trigger. But both players are playing blind. They're playing blind. It's going to be Oracle first out of Trigger, and I believe the Trigger should hit first as well. Ooh, Astrea opening up Phoenix. Okay. This could just be a hard counter, depending on where the Phoenix is, of course. No expansion. Yeah, still no expansion out of Astrea. Trigger, he's already got his own base on the way. Astrea to get a safety shield battery. Astrea, this is meant to like hard counter proxy Stargate. Shield battery and Phoenix. Oracle goes in. I mean, hey, the Oracle gets 0 damage. Yeah, the Oracle gets nothing. Goes to the stasis trap. And a very strong start here for Astrea. As the stasis traps, they don't really do much. They catch 4 probes. Astrea takes a lead. Kind of. So Astrea, he shuts down the Oracle harass. The Stargate opener wasn't worth it. But at the same time, Trigger, his base is almost done. Like, Astrea, his natural is so delayed. Such a late natural base. What does Astrea have to show for it? Well, he has the army. He's up by 1 Stalker, and he has the 1 Phoenix as well. So Astrea does have a bit of an army to work with. A bit. Is this enough, though? Yeah, not enough to break a shield battery. And Trigger is ahead economically. He's ahead. Likewise, Astrea didn't commit into additional Phoenixes. Faster blink for Trigger, slightly. A couple of seconds. And as the dust settles, even though Astrea did hard counter the Oracle, he falls behind. He committed a little bit too much to defending against the Oracle. With the Stargate, with the Phoenix, with the shield battery, with the extra pylon. It was a bit much. I think if Trigger had invested into a second Oracle, then sure, but it was just the one. Yeah, went behind a Dark Shrine. DT's on the way for Astrea. Let's go. Trigger, he throws down 2 more gates, so he's going up to 4-gate Blink, I believe. Yeah, 4-gate Blink catches the Phoenix. Yeah, so 3 gateways here in the main, 1 gateway hidden here at the natural. 4-gate Blink Stalker. Astrea, he's setting up his own proxy pylon here to warp in and to reinforce with DTs. And Trigger commits. He commits on 2 bases, and Trigger, he will hit first. Now, the scary thing for Trigger is that he has 0 detection. There's no robo, but he does have access to an Oracle. So he can make an Oracle, can chrono that out. So there's a way for him to survive DTs. And here he comes. Better concave here for Astrea. But Trigger does have the larger army. He's up by 6 Stalkers. Up by 6. And we'll see if he does notice that there's a fake Immortal. Yeah, I think he does. Ooh, I think he's out one of the Stalkers. He's out one. Here come the DTs. Astrea, he's looking to end it. And again, currently 0 detection. But Astrea, he has almost double the Stalker count. He's got to go. Again, if he can break the natural and chrono out 1 Oracle, he needs 1. Oh, he just warped in. He just warped in. He has to lose supply. He has to lose some units here. And DTs that have arrived. Yeah, they hit the bases. Probes are going down. Oracle's on the way. And Trigger blinks in. He blinks in. He breaks the natural. We need a chrono. We need a chrono on that Oracle. Oof. As Trigger, he cleans up the army. There's a defensive DT. And Trigger, he cannot break. He cannot push through. He's going to be forced back. Trigger's losing everything back at home. There's finally the chrono here on the Oracle. Trigger's still committing it, okay. Still commits in. But he's pushing into 2 DTs. Astrea, has he held? Has he done it? The power of the Dark Templar. Yeah, slow lots coming in as well. The Oracle is racing across the map. Oh, that's a lot of Stalkers going down. DTs, they split. There's 1 Revelation. But just the 1. There's still 1 DT left. Go in, Pat. Yeah, Stargate C power. DTs are still popping off across the map. The CT can now attack, can engage. But we can go in. It's fine. Ah. Astrea. Yeah, he's a little bit too tentative with that Dark Templar. Now there's enough energy for another Revelation. So he missed out on some extra damage. And Astrea still has 2 DTs out across the map. They're killing buildings, but it takes a long time for Dark Templar to kill buildings. Trigger's done it. Yeah, Trigger, he's done it. Trigger, he denies any kind of mining here. He can win the base trade. He has just so much more DPS. He's just chasing, ensuring that Astrea doesn't get a base. Astrea, the 2 probes. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't get away. He does have 1 here bottom right, okay? That was I believe that was the probe that proxied across the map, so Astrea, he has enough here for a Nexus. Has enough. Trigger, meanwhile, he has no money. Trigger, he has no money. Now, there's a world. Astrea, his army is 2 Stalkers and 2 DTs. Now, if he can use these 2 Stalkers to snipe the Oracle, then maybe But even then, like, it just comes down to the DPS output, right? It just comes down to just how quickly Trigger will kill all these buildings. Like, again, these DTs, they're putting in as much work as they can, but it takes a long time. Nibbling away at the Nexus. So Astrea, he could have afforded a Nexus, but instead he's going to be going for just individual buildings all over the place to buy as much time as possible. Oh no! I miscontrolled Astrea. No, yeah, delayed reaction, miscontrol, he'll lose one. GG gets called, and a Trigger. He will tie the series up. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Trigger, he just had so much army to work with. Sure, there were DTs, but there was potential for detection. There was the Oracle, right? If the Oracle didn't pop out, if the Oracle was a non-factor, then different story. But Trigger, he had a way to deal with those Dark Templar, and GG, well played. Whew. We're going to game 9. Going all the way to game 9, all the way to the ace match. Let's go, Abby, let's go. It all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love. Final game of the series, the final game of the tournament, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the American Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss. He was up 4-2, by the way. He had a massive lead, but alas, he has lost that lead to the point where he's been brought to the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, going for the high ground wall-off here at the natural, I should say, going for the natural wall-off. We have the Canadian Protoss of Basilisk. It is a Trigger. Bringing it back from the brink here. Whew. Hi. And again, a shout out to those working behind the scenes on the event itself. Shout out to iScar for being the main admin for the tournament. Shout out to Zombie shout out to Zombie for, of course, taking the initiative to actually host the event itself, for creating the Matcherino page, and for making the event a reality. Without Zombie this event just wouldn't be possible. It just wouldn't be a thing. She did take the initiative to actually create and produce the first and even second edition of this tournament. And shout out to all those that also were a part of this as well, caster-wise, right? We had Chicken Man, we had Steadfast, we had State, the Zergirl as well. So really cool to see all the, and Ravi, how could I forget? Ravi Fear Dragon also a part of the event. So really cool to see everyone coming together over in Vegas, over in the Americas, to organize to host the event. They didn't just cast these games, but they also did some fun challenges. I think they had like a pie to the face for Chicken Man. I think they did like a spicy wing challenge between Chicken Man and Steadfast. No, sorry, they did a spicy like Cheeto challenge. And then I think they also had a spicy wing challenge as well. Yeah, they were just having some fun. Outside of just the game, of course. Drinking, they were playing poker as well. I think they had a bit of like an impromptu like talk show as well, talking about the game, talking about StarCraft. And some other shenanigans. Beautiful. And what a finals. As Astrea does set up for a proxy pylon, but it does get scattered, does get shut down. Looks like a fake pylon out of Astrea, as Astrea does not commit to the proxy, and Trigger will get away with a faster Nexus. So again, Trigger, he went for a gate expand into Cybercore, it looks like. So a greedy build here from Trigger, and Astrea should have attempted to punish, but I mean, I say should have. It is harder to punish here on Ultra Love. We spoke about this on Torches earlier, if you recall, where Torches is known for greedier builds because you can shut down all-ins easier on Torches. So Trigger does have the advantage. Astrea is still on one base. Okay. And he throws one base all in. So one base all in, no proxy. Oh boy, so Astrea is going to commit to the all-in. It is difficult to all-in and to break a player on Ultra Love. We'll see if he can pull it off. Does take some extra hits to the face. Trigger already taking the better trade. Already taking the better fight. Trigger, he comes in with a rescout with the scouts with the zealots. Looking to confirm, is there an expansion? There is none. He confirms one base all in, so he knows. Now he knows what's going on. Goes up the ramp, he sees the robo. And Trigger, he needs shield batteries. He needs, what, 2-3 shield batteries. Ideally, you want 1 shield battery in the main base as well, just because we do have the potential to go into a War Prism to be able to juggle back and forth between the main base and the natural. So Trigger, he needs to set up. Likewise, Trigger needs his own defensive robo. There it is. Robo is on the way for his own defensive immortal production. So one way or another, the game is about to, the series is about to end. 4th gateway for Astrea. Let's go. Goes to the 4th gateway. Astrea does move out. Astrea, he moves out across the map. Now, what does Astrea have also alongside this army? Sentries, right? He can force field. He can force field. He can lock down part of the army. Likewise, so does Trigger. So it all comes down to the unit control. It comes down to the spellcasters, the force fields, the micro with the warp prism, the juggling. Oh, Astrea going for the fake out. Dropping into the main. Ideally, he wants to pull away some of the attention and supply of Trigger. It does distract. Trigger reacts. Astrea, he pushes in. Nice force field. Yeah, very nice force fields. But last Astrea, he does pull away. He doesn't lose any units. Nice control. Astrea, he preserves the army. And so far, hasn't lost anything yet. Locks down the sentry, gets one. Yeah, kills the sentry, kills the stalker as well. Better trades for Astrea. And you can see the army just cannot engage. Yeah, a little bit too far back. He wants that immortal. Astrea, he locks down another sentry, locks down another stalker, and so far Astrea has been out trading, has been out controlling. I mean, that's the power of the warp prism. Astrea can micro, and Trigger, his micro is limited here. Yeah, another force field. Got some other jets. Warp prism does now arrive for Trigger. Trigger, he can micro back. Ooh, Cybercore goes down, limited warp ins. Now he can warp in only zealots. Yeah, earn the defensive zealots here for Trigger. Shield batteries are running out of energy. He's going to be losing one of the gateways as well. And Astrea is going in. Yeah, Astrea once again. He goes in, takes down the gateway. We're warping in Zealous. Let's go. I mean, there are a lot of shield batteries, to be fair. There's a lot of batteries left over. It's still quite close. Ooh, but the warping will complete. Yeah, the warping is finishing. Second immortal has arrived for Astrea. Took a long time for it to arrive. Oh, juggles back. Pulls back. The first immortal almost went down. Clutch control there from Astrea. As he takes out another stalker. There's one stalker left. Yeah, one stalker remaining. Another gateway goes down. We're down to one gateway left. And Trigger supply blocks. Yeah, brutal supply block. Well, he's up to 3 immortals. Boys are being pulled. 3 immortals for Trigger. With the higher immortal counts, that might be enough. So we'll lose all the boys. 13 probes go down. Astrea, he kites back. He respects the army. He needs more adepts. Again, adepts to do a great job at tanking shots. And so far, Astrea, he's not in enough. He's close though. As the second gateway does finish. Ooh, immortals, they go for the main. They go for the shield battery, actually. Okay. The battery is not going to go down. Battery does survive. Trigger still has the better economy. Oh. So Astrea does have a 3rd immortal. No shot. He expands? Okay. Astrea going for the expansion. Bold move. He admits that he cannot kill Astrea. Sorry, the other way around. Astrea admits that he cannot kill Trigger. So Astrea does expand. Bold move. Jesus, Trigger's up to 5 immortals. That's an insane immortal count. Go double depth into the mineral line. He gets 5 probes. Not bad. Astrea does harass, does bring the economy back down. You guys moving in. Nice force field, starting back the immortal. Astrea is pulling Trigger apart. So far, trading. Gets a pylon. Gets a pylon. Again, the SimCity here is a little bit too awkward, too congested. Trigger, he cannot push in, he cannot engage. The shield battery is working against him here. At the same time, oh, critical damage. 13 probes. The Adepts, they pop off. 13 workers go down, and Astrea takes an economic lead. Yeah, he's up by 7. He's up by 7 probes. Astrea pulls away. And Astrea is now getting ahead. Now, what I will say is that what does Trigger have the immortal count? He has 5, right? No, sorry, 6. Jesus, 6 immortals. Now, Trigger, he's only making use of 2. He's going for an immortal drop. He's getting a 7th immortal. Like an insanely high immortal count. So Astrea has now the economy, meanwhile Trigger has the higher immortal count. Now the problem here is that Trigger cannot all in on 2 bases. Pushing up this ramp with immortals are so clunky, they're not very nimble. I don't see them pushing up that ramp. I can see Trigger punishing a 3rd. I think that's maybe what Trigger's hoping for, is that Astrea moves out to expand and get a 3rd base. But pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. Twilight Council on the way. Trigger is the first to expand, getting his own 3rd base. And Astrea is going into Glaives. He's getting into Glaive Adepts. Astrea spots the Immortals. And now he's moving out. I feel like Astrea shouldn't be here. I mean, maybe I should be respecting his army. Nice force fields. It looks down 3 immortals already. Yeah, he gets 1. Gets 1 immortal. Yarn was out of position. Takes down the Adept as well. So far, a bit of a back and forth trade here. If force fields, they can just both armies. Trigger moving in. Trigger, he still has 7 immortals. Trigger with a terrifying army, but he will lose. Oh, almost 1. Yeah, the Immortals are getting trapped. Oh my god. The Immortals are going down. Another Immortal falls. Brutal force fields. Triggered. Oh no, losing another Immortal. Another Immortal goes down. And another 3 Immortals fall. Trigger down to 4. A brutal fight here. Again, this is one of the big features of Ultra Love. Of course, these narrow bridges are brutal. Trying to push through them is almost impossible. Especially when your opponent has force fields. So a brutal fight for Trigger. Astrea here trades. And that once immortal lead that Trigger had is not there anymore. Right? He had an insane immortal lead. Not anymore. And Astrea's moving in. Glaives are done. So we go back home. Astrea, he wants to catch the army, and he will! He gets another immortal! Ay, ay, ay. Again, Astrea is so opportunistic here. Once again, he force fields, he zones away some of the immortals, takes a better fight, his own reinforcing immortals have arrived, and Astrea just outtrades. He just pulls Trigger apart, left and right. Trigger bleeding out far too much here. And hey, it went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 9. Crazy finals. Went all the way to game 9, but Astrea has done it. He's done it again, time and time again, just pulling apart the attention of Trigger. We saw that earlier with Adepts in the main. Adepts in the main base, out controlling, catching out all the immortals in the center. Base goes down. Trigger is desperate. And there's no way of recovering anymore. Not anymore. Astrea's on a 3 base economy. Master David Epson moving in. Shades into the natural. He gets in. The boys are being pulled. And FC just trades so well against these immortals. That takes down another 2 immortals. Trigger, he does what he can across the map. Again, he's microing his heart out. The copium is real here with his immortal drop because because everything else across the map is burning down. GG gets called, and Astrea, he will be this year's SC2's Safe House number 2 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth, went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 9. A very intense series here. We saw a lot of proxies, a lot of all-ins. We did see some mid and macro game as well. There was that one game where Trigger went Colossus, which I was very skeptical of. Seeing the Colossus, which didn't really pan out. He got outscaled, of course, as we saw Astrea going to Disruptors. We saw a lot of chaotic games. We even saw a game on ley lines where both players proxied. We saw Proxy Robo versus Proxy Robo. It was crazy. Here in the finals, we saw that Trigger, he had a lead, he had an advantage. He was up on bases. He successfully did defend on 2 bases. Astrea was behind. This is when Astrea decided to expand, and Astrea, he was able to get across the map with his War Prism, with his Adepts, and Trigger was caught out of position. His attention was split, didn't have the attention to defend both his main and his natural, and he lost 13 probes. He lost 13 workers, and he lost gateways, and he was just getting picked apart. In the end, he was kind of forced into an all-in almost. We saw that things were like settling down. We saw Trigger with 7 immortals. He was getting like an 8th immortal behind us. He saw the potential for a really good fight. Then he took a fight in the worst position possible in the center of the map. Here on Ultra Love, there are 2 very narrow bridges in the center of the map, and with some force fields, I mean, even without force fields, it is so difficult to move past those bridges into a greater concave, and Trigger was pulled apart there. It was just pulled apart on those bridges. GG. GG, well played. He was torn apart on those bridges even. And congratulations to Max Angel. A very intense final day of StarCraft. 5 hours. Oof. 5 hours long. 3 series, 2 best of 7s and 1 best of 9. Crazy, buddy. Crazy. And of course, as I mentioned before, a big shout out to those working behind the scenes. A shout out to the casters, the main casters, of course. Shout out to Zombergub, State, Steadfast, Chicken Man, Fear Dragon, and the Zerg Girl, all for covering the event, all for coming together over in Vegas. Zombergub, of course, is the main organizer of the tournament and the main funder as well. It is all funded via Matcherino. It is all supported via Matcherino, bear that in mind. And of course, iScar was adminning the event as well, was running it. Shout out to all the other language streams. We had Enki casting in Spanish. I believe Glide was casting alongside Indie and some of the other language casters, TKL as well. So a lot of coverage on the event, and with that, GG, well played. A bit of a later broadcast here. I'm a little bit concerned just because we have the Turtle Tussle in a couple of hours, and I still have to let the bunnies out for at least 4 to 5 hours, so I'm not going to get much sleep today. Jeez, I'm probably going to go to sleep at 6, sleep 3 hours, and wake up for the Turtle Tussle. Let's go. So 3 hours of sleep. Beautiful, beautiful. For those that are curious, bam, this is our weekly schedule. As you can see, we just wrapped up with our evening cast of the SC2's Safe House, and we are scheduled to be running the Turtle Tussle tomorrow morning. That is going to be at 8 AM KST. That's going to be at 10 AM AEST. That is going to be in around 8 hours time, in around 8 hours. But as I mentioned, I do have to stay up a little bit longer, spend time with los conejitos. It's conejitos with the bunnies, for at least 4, probably 4 to 5 hours. So, yeah, not gonna get much sleep. No. Oh, no. But it'll be fine. We'll power through the Turtle Tussle, and then I'll try to get as much sleep as I can after that, and hopefully I can. Yeah, it's just a really, really intense schedule this week. Really intense schedule. Not a lot of sleep. And more StarCraft. Friday is deceptively empty, just because if you notice, Friday we do have a cast in the evening. It is going to be the Platinum Heroes, the Platinum Esports League. Platinum Esports League is going to be Friday evening / Saturday morning at 1 AM. So we're going to be staying up on Friday to actually cover that event. Just bear that in mind. So yeah, there's a lot of content. Of course, we have the RSL qualifiers over the weekend as well. I'm a little bit tentative on those RSL qualifiers. Depending on when I get to sleep, I might be able to cover all of it. Otherwise, I might just try to rest up, to get some rest, to get some veg, and to be well rested for the rest of the cast. I don't want the quality of the cast to diminish just because of lack of sleep. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, but we'll see how we handle the schedule this weekend. Oh boy, it's going to be a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and again, a big shout out to Zombergub, big shout out to all those working behind the scenes. If you want to support this event, you can do so via Matcherino. Do we have the command live in the chats? Exclamation mark Safe House, I think. Yeah, there it is. Exclamation mark Safe House in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Matcherino for this event, so you can support it, so you can help grow it, and ideally, this is going to be an annual tournament. As I mentioned before, this is meant to be like a quote-unquote NA version of a Home Story Cup. Unfortunately, it has a ways to catch up. It's one of those things where Home Story Cup has been running for many years at this point, so it's had a lot of years, a lot of time to grow. Unfortunately, no one took the initiative to do the same thing in the Americas, so the NA version is lagging behind quite a bit, so it has a lot of catching up to do and a lot of growth to do. So best of luck when it comes to the initiative, and I hope everyone can get behind it as well. I hope everyone can get behind supporting the StarCraft 2 Safe House. This is the second year. This is the second year of the event. We were, of course, the B stream last year, and we were the B stream this year as well. So we were the B stream both times. And again, this is planning to be an annual tournament here for NA StarCraft. Currently, the games are online and the hosting of the event is offline, as they do all come together in Vegas. And so the hope is eventually for the tournament to grow to the point where players can fly over, where players can be flown, and we can have like an offline venue and an offline kind of tournament as well. But again, it does come down to the support that, of course, they're able to gather, and the growth of the event as well, of course. Growth of the tournament. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and I guess we'll see you next year for next year's SC2's Safe House, as I'm sure it's going to be on the horizon. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in 8 hours. In 8 hours' time, we're going to be live with the Tenacious Total Tussle. That is our bi-weekly open tournament. So we'll see you then. We'll see you then for that Turtle Tussle. Again, I'm going to go and spend some time with Los Conejitos, with the bunnies, of course. Unfortunately, no bunny cam. If you missed it earlier, the bunny cam is no longer with us. The camera was destroyed. When I say destroyed, the camera, it was yesterday during the stream, the camera did fall into their water bowl. I say fell, I don't know how it fell in. It's decently far away, but it made its way into the water bowl, so the camera is no longer working, unfortunately. Very smudged. It's kind of why I didn't cast Pikachu Cup this morning. Wasn't in the best of moods. You know, losing the camera so early. I think we had it for like a week. But yeah, you know, maybe in the future we'll be able to get another one and hopefully secure it a little bit better as well, with like some zip ties or something to the cage, or to the enclosure, I should say, for the bunnies. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys in 8 hours time, or we'll see you tomorrow for the podcast. Again, we're live all the time. We're live on a daily basis here, at least dailies, otherwise twice a day, even sometimes even 3 times a day. Let's go. All the content, all the StarCraft. If you want to support us, you can do so via the socials. You can follow us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. All things CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao, baby, ciao. See you next time. Exclamation mark socials.